What's going on, everybody? My name is Joey Petersen, and we are live on College Football Now for the pinnacle of the 2025 college football season. Of course, I'm talking about your national championship. Miami, Indiana, Hard Rock Stadium. This one is for all of the marbles. Will Carson Beck and the Hurricanes be able to pull off the upset, or will Kurt Cignetti and the Indiana Hoosiers complete the perfect season? One of those two questions will be answered tonight, and I'm so happy you guys have decided to join us on your Monday night. We got Gage on the ones and twos. We got 30 minutes of tailgate coming at you, and then live play-by-play, in-depth analysis, all that and more right here on College Football Now. Who do you got? Let me know down below in the comments section. Who are you rooting for? If you're rooting for Miami, give me a UM. If you are rooting for Indiana, give me an IU, ladies and gentlemen. We got President Boy Goomba saying UM Canes all day. So is Slaying Cat. Still Racers going with IU. Kylan Poole going with IU. We got Still Racers saying go Indiana. Busch Gardens fans is rocking with the U. It's all about the U. It's all about the U. I personally, if I had to pick a winner, I would pick Indiana. However, I believe I'd take Miami with the points. I do think it's going to be a little bit of a closer game than what people are saying or what people realize. So right now, if I had to pick a winner, I'd go with the Hoosiers. But if it was with the points, I would take the Hurricanes. Ian Gross is in here. What's going on, Ian? Good to see you, my friend. Happy you are hanging out with us, buddy. Thanks for getting down in the comment section. If this is y'all's first time in here, make sure to let me know, subscribe, like the video, do all of those things because we got some awesome action headed your way in this pre-game tailgate. The college football playoff as a whole has been actually really exciting. It's been unbelievable. It was easily, obviously, it's year 2 of the 12-team playoff system, but it had a great redemption year. IU and Texas Tech, Ohio State, Georgia, they all got the first-round byes. Oklahoma and Alabama faced off. Bama got the better of them in a great game. Oregon dominated JMU. Ole Miss dominated Tulane. But then A&M and Miami played a really good ball game, Gage. We can go to the quarterfinals. If you want to, we can kind of just work our way fully down this whole bracket. So then that pitted together Alabama and Indiana together in the Rose Bowl, which Indiana absolutely dominated Alabama. Oregon bested Texas Tech. Miami, in a very big shocker, got the best of Ohio State, and then Ole Miss, also another shocker, got the best of Georgia. Our semifinals were Miami, Ole Miss. Miami took care of business, dominated that game, even though the final score looked like it was a little bit closer than it actually was. Oregon, Indiana. Indiana dominated that game from tip to finish. And then that brings us right here, January 19th, Miami Gardens, Florida, 7:30 Eastern Time for our national championship tonight. We will crown a winner. And it's either going to be a winner in green and orange or is going to be a winner in red. And Indiana would win their first ever national title, Miami, the first time they've done it in over 2 decades. Stakes on the line, big game coming up. And it's all made possible by our great friends over at Prize Picks. We've got more to talk about on today's pregame coverage. Real quick, I got to shout out our sponsor of today's show. The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since your big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Missing your fantasy team? My league is already over, but with Prize Picks, I don't have to wait until next year's draft to keep playing fantasy. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 sports pick app. Here is my Prize Picks lineup for tonight's game. I took the more on Carson Beck pass attempts, more on Malachi Toney, 5.5 receptions. And I think Omar Cooper Jr. is going to find the end zone, give me more than half a receiving touchdown. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Link to this promo is in the comments and description of today's video. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Y'all let me know down below, what is your score prediction? Indiana versus Miami. Let me know down below in the comments, and we will bring on our awesome producer. That is one Mr. Gage Kilborn. I'm going to start with my score prediction, Gage, and then you can get yours in for us. I am going with Indiana 27, Miami 21.
Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. I'm in a similar boat. Like, it's gonna be a really close game, but I'm still in favor of the Hoosiers. I think they just seem to be like nobody can stop them. I mean, their first 2 games they play, they've been bad. They've been pretty much dominant in the playoff. I think we're gonna continue that run here today, but it'll be a little bit closer than I'd say 28 to 24.
Okay.
Indiana.
Okay, yeah. So you're thinking it's even closer than I'm thinking it is. The thing about Indiana is just what everybody's been talking about. It's so true about them. They just operate at such a high level. They don't make mistakes. And so if Miami turns the ball over even one time, it's obvious, it's rightful to believe that Miami's going to lose the turnover battle.
Yes.
Like, you have to almost play perfect football to beat Indiana. And you know how we can say that? You know why we can say that? Because nobody's done it yet. So that is our score predictions. Y'all let me know yours down below. Kane Angel saying 35-23 Indiana. Slaying Cap 35-27. Give it to you. Still Racer says blowout 45-7.
Wow.
It's going to be 31-28 Indiana wins. Kylan Poole saying 28-21. Regardless of the final outcome, I would love a close game. Now, Gage, you and I have been very lucky to call a lot of close games in the college football playoff. We called Alabama, Oklahoma. That game was phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
We called Indiana,
we called Ohio
State, Miami. That game was awesome as well. So hopefully our good luck keeps on rolling on with tonight's game of Miami versus Indiana. We did get a $10 super chat from my main man, Christian Malley, or should I say a 10 euro super chat. Hi to everyone. And Joey, my weekend a bit rough because my grandma's in the hospital since Friday, but now she's better. Had the game 24-21 Miami. Well, Christian, thank you so much for the 10 euros. Second off, so sorry about your grandma, but happy that she is doing well. And he thinks Miami over Indiana. He's got the Canes taking down the Hoosiers. Again, appreciate you for that 10 euro super chat, Christian. Speaking of super chats, we have our super chat menu, same as we always do. Any 5 or any super chat we get, we're going to give your school cheer. So, Christian, let us know if you want us to do Miami, Indiana, or whatever school you root for. $5 goes to the shot counter between Miami and Indiana. Christian, also let us know who you want on that shot counter. $10 goes 3 to the counter. If we can get 150 in the tailgate, Gage and I will do a boot race. These are what the boots look like. We won't do these ones, but here's our shot counters. Here's any for Indiana. Here's any for Miami. You can't, man, I made a mistake. I made it green, and there's the green screen behind us, but just trust me, okay? This is as green as it gets. But I should have known. I should have known that the green, that's a rookie mistake by your boy. Anyway, here's our super chat menu. Any super chat gets on screen as well. And we're going to go ahead and start a super chat battle between these 2 schools. So if you want them, it says Miami school cheer and shot counter. Okay. Then we'll say, it's all about the U. It's all about the U. It's all about the U. Okay, Miami. Miami takes a 10-0 lead. And we'll go ahead and get our first green one down. Just 1, but 3 on the counter. The U, baby. Let's go. Gage, could you throw me those paper towels? Thank you so much. Just make sure I don't. Look at that. Those hands. I'm like Malachi Toney, bruh. I'm like Malachi Toney. I will say the one thing about Miami in this game is they have a ton of NFL talent. And that is like the one thing or one of the things that has me believing that they can actually make this a close one. Because, yeah, Oregon has a ton of NFL talent as well, but Miami's NFL talent, they've got 3 guys that are pretty much Miami. I was saying Oregon has a ton of NFL talent. If you're saying, Joey, so does Oregon, they just got blown out by Indiana. But Oregon's NFL talent's different. Miami has 3 guys who are about to be top 15 picks. 2 guys who are maybe going to be top 10 picks in Rueben Bain and Francis Mauigoa, the offensive tackle. So, Mauigoa, excuse me. So, I just think that, you know what, they got a lot of talent. They'll be able to keep up and play with the Hoosiers. But, of course, the Hoosiers have a lot of talent as well. Fernando Mendoza is the number one player to watch. He's the Heisman winner for a reason. And what we saw last week and what we've seen all season long, when Fernando Mendoza gets into a rhythm, there might not be a quarterback that is harder to stop in college football. When this guy gets going and starts completing pass after pass after pass, you might not get another incompletion out of him for the rest of the game. We just saw it last week against Oregon. He threw more touchdowns than he did incompletions. He's a game changer. He's also really good with his legs, too. He's not going to be one of those guys that rips off 95 yards in a game. But he'll hurt you for 10, 15 every now and then because you don't expect it. Omar Cooper Jr., wide receiver who made the catch heard around the world against the Penn State Nittany Lions in the middle of this season. Almost their only loss on the year. Omar Cooper Jr. was the reason it wasn't with that toe tap. He leads the team in receiving. Almost 900 yards total for Omar Cooper Jr. Definitely a guy that's going to be an impact player for them. D'Angelo Pons, cornerback on the outside, transferred with Kurt Cignetti over from JMU. He is going to be a guy that will be one-on-one for the majority of the day, right with Malachi Toney. So if he's going to get stopped, it's because D'Angelo Pons is able to do it. Roman Hemby, I feel like because of Fernando Mendoza and just the Indiana team in general, Roman Hemby is a guy who does not get talked about enough. Really great running back. Can hurt you in multiple different ways as well. Great acceleration, contact balance, all that to love about him. Rolijah Hardy, linebacker. He is the team's leading tackler. He is the heartbeat of that defense, and he is a big reason that they operate at such a high level and such high efficiency. Crazy thing happening on our screen right now. So far, all three on the college football or the college game day set have picked Miami to win this football game, including Marcus Freeman. Yeah, that is crazy. I bet Pat's going to go Indiana then. That's what I would go if I was Pat. And, of course, Kirk is not going to give a pick on this game because Kirk is the one calling the game. All right, let's talk about Miami. We got some players to watch for the Canes as well. Carson Beck, number one. I don't think there's a player on the field that this game rides on the back of more than Carson Beck. If he is accurate, if he doesn't turn the ball over, if he makes good decisions, Miami has a legitimate shot to win a national championship. But if he shows inaccuracy, if he turns the football over, if he makes poor decisions, then Indiana could absolutely boat race them. Carson Beck is the difference between Miami hoisting the trophy and Miami also losing by 30. There's not a bigger player with more impact on their shoulders tonight than Carson Beck. Now, a good thing for Carson Beck, he will have Malachi Toney to throw the football to. They call him Baby Jesus for a reason, ladies and gentlemen, because this dude is unbelievable. He's insane. He's an unreal talent, and he is so damn young, too. Malachi Toney is one of those guys that anytime the football is in his hands, everybody's sitting on their edge of the seats. Everybody's holding their breath because in an instant, he could take a 3-yard slant or 2-yard, in route, maybe a bubble screen. He could take that to the house, and it could be 6. Akheem Mesidor, one of those guys we were talking about earlier that is a good chance to be a top 15 pick in the upcoming 2026 NFL draft. This dude is relentless. He's strong. He's fast. He can win his pass rushes in so many different ways. Akheem Mesidor has a chance to really have a massive impact on this game, as does Fletcher Jr. That's one of the scary things about the future of Miami over the next 3 years is because 2 of their best players in Malachi Toney and Fletcher Jr. are freshmen. They're young guys. Fletcher can hurt you in an instant. I mean, look at what they did against A&M. It was like death by 1,000 paper cuts, and then automatically Fletcher just breaks one for 60, and that thing's pretty much game over. Okay? Definitely watch out for the running back. And then Rueben Bain Jr. We talked about them having a really, really good group up on the defensive line. Akheem Mesidor is one of the reasons. Rueben Bain Jr. is one of the reasons as well. He's got a higher motor than anybody on the football field. Everybody's going to knock him, saying he does not have very long arms. It doesn't matter, okay? He can play on the inside. He can play on the outside. And if Miami's going to have a chance to win this football game, it's because they win in the trenches. Rueben Bain's going to be a big reason if they're able to do that. Cam came in with a $5. Oh, that's Christ is King. Amen. Came in with a $5 super chat. Former ND fan, Notre Dame, now Jayhawks fan. Let's go KU. Interesting to go from Notre Dame to Kansas. But hey, all power to you. But love the culture they built, and as a Chicago Bears fan, losing teams can win. Amen. Christ is King. That $5 super chat, is it going towards Miami or is it going towards Indiana? Let me know down below in the comment section, okay, where you want that $5 to go. My friend, thank you so much for that $5 super chat. While he's getting us that information, let's look at these two quarterbacks. Because like I said, nobody has this game more on their shoulders, the result on their shoulders, than I believe Carson Beck does. He's the difference between a Miami win and a Miami loss by like 30 points. Comparably, the funny thing is from a yards and a completion percentage perspective, Carson Beck has actually had a better season than the Heisman Trophy winner. However, he has 8 less passing touchdowns, and the big thing is those 10 interceptions. If you look at Miami's 2 losses this year against SMU and Louisville, those losses came because Carson Beck could not control what he was doing with the football. Because Carson Beck was not making accurate throws or was not making good decisions. Don't believe me? How about I show you this? Those 2 losses are 60% of his interceptions. He threw 6 picks in the 2 losses. And one of them they lost in OT, and the other one they only lost by 3, and he threw 4 interceptions in that one. If that's the Carson Beck we get tonight, Indiana's going to win this thing by 3 scores. Let's go through the path to the College Football National Championship for both of these teams. Like we said, for Miami, it started off on a very windy Saturday morning in College Station. They took on the A&M Aggies, who had 1 week of rest at that point. I guess Miami did too. They didn't play in the ACC championship game. And this thing was all defense. It was all ground game. And that's why Miami ended up winning that football game. Because look at that second line on each of those teams. Mark Fletcher Jr., 17 carries, 172 yards. That's 10 yards a carry. And look at A&M's leading rusher, Marcel Reed, their quarterback, 15 carries, 27 yards. It was a defensive battle, which I think not enough people give Shannon Dawson, their defense coordinator, enough credit for. In fact, I was decently surprised Shannon Dawson didn't get more head coach looks in this offseason. So after they beat A&M, they got the pleasure of getting to play Ohio State in the second round off of a bye in the Cotton Bowl. The team that a lot of people, myself included, felt like they had the best chance to win it all. And Miami went in there, and they just kind of dominated that football game. They won it at the line of scrimmage. They were in the backfield. They lived back there against the Buckeyes. They gave Carson Beck time to throw, make good decisions, and he did it. They also forced turnovers, 2 picks by Julian Sand, forced by that Miami defense. Then they go to the Fiesta Bowl, where they take on Ole Miss, and they barely squeak by. And this was one of those games that if you did not see the scoreboard, and you just got into halftime, and you would have guessed, Miami's probably winning 28-7, because they just dominated time possession, dominated yards, but they couldn't capitalize on drives. They made mistakes, and Ole Miss made them pay for it. Credit to Ole Miss. They kept themselves in that football game. Miami, though, able to win it. Indiana has just left destruction in their way in those college football playoffs. In fact, it's even funny that some people are picking Miami to win this football game when all Indiana has showed you, all Indiana has proved to you for the entirety of this season is that, hey, we are going to absolutely dominate our opponents. And they've done that. 38-3. Indiana over Alabama in the Rose Bowl. Ty Simpson and company did not even have a chance in that game. Then they take on Oregon. Peach Bowl. About a week and a half ago. A lot of people thinking, okay, maybe this is going to be a Dante Moore, Fernando Mendoza battle. Nope. Indiana, pick 6, first play of the game. Then they force a fumble. Oregon's like third or fourth drive of the game. They just were better than them. They were more efficient. They operate at a higher level. Like, I look at Indiana, and I look at them like I look at Apple or something like that. Like a company that is operating at peak efficiency, where there's nothing lost in between. Everybody just goes out there and does their job. You can see the Nick Saban emphasis and the Nick Saban impression on Kurt Cignetti. Because all it is, it's not 90 individuals. It's 22 guys coming together, 11 guys on each side of the football and just doing their job. And they're absolutely dominating people in their way. Grade the CFP games so far, A, B, C, D, or F. I firmly believe that this is maybe the best year for the college football playoff we've had. Definitely the best one of the 2 seasons that we've had the 12-team college football playoff. I would give the games, man, maybe an A. There's been, like, outside of the G5 games in the beginning, there's been, like, 2 games that weren't super interesting. And they both were the Indiana games. Other than that, like, Miami, Ohio State was great. Ole Miss, Georgia was great. That was, like, the best game of all. Ole Miss, Miami was great. Like, everybody, they've had some really, really good games. Alabama, Indiana, or Alabama, Oklahoma was great. Miami A&M was great. I give it an A- so far. What do you give it, Gage?
I'd say an A+. I think this year the college football playoff has been phenomenal. I really enjoyed it. I think that every game has been like a nail biter through and through, and I think it's really going to show that really prove to the committee that possibly expand the bracket going forward. I think this is a great for second year for the 12-team playoff, and I think it was a much needed that you have a 10 seed in the national title game against a 1 seed. I think nothing could be better than that.
So let me ask you this, Gage.
Yeah.
It was something you'd said in there.
Yeah.
If this was such a good year, then why do we need to expand?
Because of the arguments of, oh, maybe Notre Dame should have been in. Yeah. Maybe see what they could do, see what their worth is. Why would you think not to expand it?
I think it would dilute the regular season.
Really?
Yeah. I think games wouldn't matter as much. Because losses don't matter as much in the regular season. If you're letting in 24 teams, like, I don't think 24 teams can win a national championship. The thing is, you're always going to have people that say they should have gotten in. If you expand it to 24 teams, there's going to be people that should have gotten in.
I'm not saying expand to 24.
Fix that. We thought it'd fix that problem going from 4 to 12. We got it at 12. People still are arguing they should have gotten in.
Okay.
And I just think, like, we had a great year of college football in the playoff. I don't understand why we're all thinking, okay, let's expand. We just had a kick-ass playoff. Let's keep it how it is.
Well, I'm not saying expand to 24. I'm saying just expand it to add 4 more teams in. Make it 16.
And because you add it to 16, okay, then let's just look at the final CFP rankings, okay? You add it to 16, and all of a sudden, Arizona and Michigan's arguing they should get in. Arizona's arguing they should get in. Virginia's arguing they should get in. Like, there's all these teams that are saying, hey, look, we deserve to be there. We deserve to get in. And so I don't think that will ever get figured out. And I just think, like, there's only so many teams that could win a national championship. I think the only team that was let out this year that could win a national championship was Notre Dame. Yeah. Other than that, I don't think any other team could win a national championship. Vanderbilt couldn't. BYU couldn't. Texas is talented. They couldn't. Utah, USC, like, I don't need any of those other teams because, to me, there's only a handful of teams that could ever win it anyway. That's my opinion.
I get it. I think that I'll say this, that from where the postseason used to be to where it is now, that from having just 2 teams compete for the national title game every year, that being it, I think this is much better how it's set up now than it was back then. I think that just moving a boulder compared to where we were in the BCS era.
I agree. And I just think, like, we had an awesome year. In my opinion, awesome. Let's keep it an awesome year. Let's keep it where it is. Because, I mean, 12 teams, 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 I don't need. I just don't need. I don't need more teams. I don't. I'm cool with 12. I think they need to fix, auto bids and things like that, or seeding and things like that. I think that needs to all get revamped. I think requirements to get in need to get revamped. But like,
what are your thoughts about the Notre Dame rule that they're going to put next year?
I think that's stupid.
I think it's stupid too.
Yeah, I think it's pretty dumb. But I digress. Yeah, I'm giving them an A.
I would say it's an A+. I think it was edge of your seat every game you watched to the last second. You couldn't be much better than that. Last year,
this guy rocks, by the way. He, fun fact, he won American Idol last year.
Really?
Yep. Kennedy and I locked in for American Idol in 2025.
I think my parents have been locking in American Idol lately too.
Dude, we love it. We watched it every year since we've been married. We watched it. He won. He was awesome.
My mom likes Luke Bryan. She's a big Luke Bryan fan, so that's why she got hooked on to watching it again.
There we go.
There's a halftime show this game too, I think.
Who is the halftime show?
I don't know. I remember they started doing that for the national title game not too long ago.
I'm not a big halftime show guy.
I'm not either. I think it's over. Like, to be honest with you, I can't remember who was a Super Bowl halftime show performer last year.
You can't remember?
No, I can't.
I think it was. Oh yeah, I remember. You know why you don't remember?
Because I don't know. Probably don't know who it is.
This person.
Yeah,
it's Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that is very, very funny. Okay, we are under 7 minutes away from kickoff right here in the national championship. If you guys are ready for kickoff, spam those me's down below. We'll be giving shout-outs to everybody who's spamming those me's. Gage, let's talk about something. I'm going to give a key to victory for Miami and a key to victory for Indiana. If Miami wins this football game, it's because they win in the trenches. And if Indiana wins this football game, it's because they take advantage of Carson Beck's turnover-worthy plays. Those are my two keys to victory. What are yours?
I'm going to kind of do same but opposite. I'd say for Miami, their biggest key to victory is Carson Beck to not choke.
Yep.
Because you saw at SMU, he threw a game-losing interception at overtime against the Mustangs in Dallas. And he did against Louisville as well. 4 picks in that game with the loss. He can't choke like that again in this game, in this environment. And for Indiana, you got to take advantage of it and try to win that battle of trenches. Because you know that Miami has a beefy offensive line and beefy defensive line. So you got to find a way to win that battle in trenches. And that's how Indiana will come away with a win. That's how I see it for both sides.
So very similar thoughts, just opposite.
Yeah, same but opposite, I'd
like
say.
That.
Yeah.
We got Kylan Poole in there, Tommy, and the Buckeye President Boy Goomba. Everybody is already getting ready and juiced up and excited for kickoff. I see you, David Burgraff. Hey, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. Also, Gage, did you see it's supposed to snow this weekend in Dallas? 28 degrees and snowing. That's the forecast right now. 80s Music Man says, Ohio State closed an ND championship winner last year and put my pride aside. Rooting for the Big Ten to win it. Would be the first ACC national championship since Clemson. It would be the third Big Ten national championship in a row. 3 different schools, too. Very, very, very impressive for them. Make sure you guys hit that sub button, ladies and gentlemen. Daily content. And also, if you love college football, Gage, I think we might have missed this one. Make sure to hit that thumbs up button and like today's video. We got almost 300 people watching. We only got 35 likes. I need us. Need us to get to at least 70 likes on today's video if you guys are juiced up and pumped up about tonight's football game. Let me make sure we are on the... Yes, we are. We are good. Hurricanes wearing the all whites. Indiana in the reds. Is their red technically crimson? Yep. President Boy Goomba says, Canes, I'm so excited. Half of the population's going to be excited. half of the population is going to be devastated. I was. Were you alive? I was alive. I was 2 years old. Dude, I'm pumped up, man. I am pumped up for this one. Just give us a good game, man. Mario Cristobal and the Miami Hurricanes making their way out to the field, jumping, getting excited. Hey, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. We need 30 more likes to get there. We need 30 more likes to get there. What a scene in Hard Rock Stadium. The tunnels. They got lasers, smoke, lights. And they got 2 championship football teams right now. Indiana's got to take the field first. How's the crowd? I'm curious to see the majority, know how much. I'm curious to see how much of this crowd is Miami fans. Because you'd think a lot because of Miami, but you also got to realize that crowd, that stadium is rarely sold out for a Miami regular season game. Yes, it would have been. Yep. I know the Orange Bowl from the 2022 season was played there because Tennessee won that over Clemson. Yep. Oh, yeah, you're right. Fernando Mendoza getting his prayers in before kickoff. Same to Carson Beck. One of those quarterbacks is going to be lifting up a national championship trophy tonight. Will it be the guy who's already lifted up the Heisman, or will it be the one who got $4 million to come and play for the Miami Hurricanes over the offseason in the transfer portal? Both of these quarterbacks are playing college football somewhere else last year. Mendoza was at Cal. Carson Beck, of course, was a Georgia Bulldog. Both Miami and Indiana, good examples of, hey, maybe we just start getting guys out of the portal to be this team's quarterback. Curious to see if there's going to be a movement towards that in college football over the next couple of seasons. Mike says, I flew into Fort Lauderdale yesterday. Tons of Indiana fans. Indiana has been absolutely just unbelievably traveling well for these games. Michael Irvin, honorary captain tonight. Adewale Ogunyale, honorary captain tonight for Indiana. I will say I like his fit a lot better than Michael Irvin's. Michael Irvin's fit is interesting. Dude, what a day, what a night, what a game we're about to watch, ladies and gentlemen. If you love college football, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. The 2 games we've called today, Gage, or so far in the college football playoff, they've been very good games, but also they've been reffed not with a loose whistle. A very, very, the referees so far, at least in the games we've called, have kind of let them play, which has been fun. If Miami's going to win this football game, they're going to dominate the trenches. If Indiana's going to win this football game, they're going to continue to do what they've been doing, which is operate at peak efficiency. Indiana deferred. They will be kicking off. Miami will be receiving. Kurt Cignetti not really wanting to do an interview right now. This would be, if Indiana turns it around and wins a national championship, this would be one of the best stories in this century of college football. I think through the first quarter of this century, there's 2 stories to tell. It's the Alabama Nick Saban dynasty, and then it might be Indiana if they're able to hoist the trophy up tonight. From being a team that won 3 games in total like 3 or 4 years ago to making the right hire, getting the right guys in the building, and winning a national championship just 3 years later under Kurt Cignetti would be unbelievable. But I also think what Mario Cristobal has been able to do with Miami has been very, very impressive. Miami went out and got their guy, a guy who played there, who's won there. He knows the culture. He knows the city. Miami is Mario Cristobal. Mario Cristobal is Miami. And he's brought them back to relevancy. They sneak into the playoff as the 10th seed. The last guy in, besides the G5 teams. A lot of people didn't think they deserved to be there. Some Notre Dame fans thought that should have been them. Some Alabama or some other teams across the country thought they shouldn't have gotten in. They get in, they dominate. Now they're 60 minutes away from proving that that was the correct choice. Welcome into college football now. My name is Joey Petersen, ladies and gentlemen. We got Gage on the ones and twos. We have got you all night long, and we are so happy you are hanging out with us. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button, like today's video, and let's get rolling with the 2026 National Championship game from Hard Rock Stadium, Indiana, Miami, and we are off. They kick that away. It's going to be taken from the goal line. Good return down to the 28-yard line. And Carson Beck and the Hurricanes are going to come out and start this one on offense. Carson Beck, through the first 3 college football playoff games, just a touch under 70% completion percentage. 509 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. They have not been asking him to do a ton. In fact, if you combine the first 2 college football playoff games they played, he threw for about 230 yards. But he's not turning the football over. Big reason why they're winning these games. Beck's going to start. Looks like it's going to be under center. In the pistol. You got Fletcher in at tailback behind him. They're going to go Fletcher first. And he's got a good hole, hits it, and he picks up 9 on the first down carry for Miami. Great start to this ball game by the Hurricanes. You got to just keep running the football. Just bounces it to the outside. Trusts his instincts. Turns on the jets. Lowers his shoulder, picks up 9. Shotgun. You got a tight end to his right, 2 receivers as well. Malachi in motion. It's going to be a quick screen to him. He's got the first down and a little bit more down across the 40-yard line. Toney with his first catch of the day. 2 impact players for each team. Mark Fletcher, Malachi Toney for Miami. Defensively, Rolijah Hardy, D'Angelo Ponds. We talked about all 4 of those guys on this build-up. Massive impact on their teams, their seasons in this game. Miami trying to send a message early as they hand it off to Mark Fletcher. Great tackle right there. I believe that was Ponds on the tackle. It was. Second down and 8. Shotgun. Trips, left, bunch. Tight, Toney in motion from the 45-yard line. Beck going through his progression, stepping up, rolling out to his right, fires, looks for Toney, incomplete. Good coverage by the Hoosiers, great contained by that Indiana defensive line as well. So they rush 3, drop a defensive lineman into the flat. Beck couldn't get anything going with his legs. And now we've got a 3rd down. 3rd and long, they're 33% so far through the first 3 games of the college football playoff. Last time you saw them, though, they're 4 for 11 against Ole Miss. Beck, gun. 2 receivers to his right. Toney, little Texas route out from the backfield. He is slung down at the 49-yard line. That's going to bring up 4th down and 5. Great stop for Indiana after letting up a first down in the first 2 plays of this drive. Toney lined up in the backfield right next to Carson Beck. Ran a little Texas route. Hit him in stride, but they were all over that one. And that's what we're talking about when we talk about Indiana. They operate at a level different than anybody else in this sport. 11 guys doing their job on each side of the football. The punt is away. Fair caught at the 4. Don't know why you fair catch that right there, but he did. And Fernando Mendoza, this year's Heisman Trophy winner, and the Indiana Hoosiers are going to try to go 96 yards to find the end zone. Let's do it, my friend. Real quickly, we got to give a big shout out to our sponsor on today's show, our great friends over at Prize Picks. We got the national championship happening right now, but don't forget about the big game. That's almost here. And there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Missing your fantasy team? My league is already over, but with Prize Picks, I don't have to wait until next year's draft to keep playing fantasy. Prize Picks lets you play fantasy football every week, even in the playoffs. Pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections every week. No draft required. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 sports picks app. Here is my Prize Picks lineup. I got the more on Carson Beck, 29.5 pass attempts. I got the more on Malachi Toney, 5.5 receptions. He's already got 2 on their opening drive. And I got the more on Omar Cooper Jr. for half a receiving touchdown. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Link to this promo is in the comments and description of today's video. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. So we'll see if Miami's defense is able to come up and get a stop. Indiana's defense showcased their strengths early on. Great gap control. Not letting Carson Beck rush out of the pocket. Sound tackling. Good coverage. But Miami's got that defensive line. And when you're talking about defensive lines, Gage, do you think Indiana's played a defensive line quite like what Miami's going to showcase tonight?
I don't think they will.
I don't think so.
It's more of a Miami defensive line's been really phenomenal this season. That's why they've gotten to this point this year.
Yeah. Like, when I think about the good defensive lines that Indiana's faced, obviously they've beaten Ohio State twice, but Ohio State doesn't have 2 top 15 picks.
They only beat Ohio State once.
Yes, Ohio State once. You're right, in the Big Ten.
Yeah, they had an
Oregon's got some good defensive linemen. They don't got 2 top 15 picks either. Miami's defensive line is the best in the country, and the reason that they're here right now. We'll see if they're going to be able to get to Fernando Mendoza and make Fernando Mendoza do something he doesn't do often, which is turn the ball over and make some mistakes. 8 touchdowns, 5 incompletions to the first 2 college football. How is that a real stat, dude? Yeah, it's unbelievable. Mark Davis and the Las Vegas Raiders are at this game in a suite, most likely scouting out the future Las Vegas Raider and the future #1 overall pick in the NFL draft. They got to go 96 yards, though. Mendoza's going to start in the shotgun. Hemby's the back. And they're going to RPO it. He gets it out to Omar Cooper Jr., makes a guy miss, and he's got the first down. Great play by Indiana to get out of the shadow of their own end zone early. Charlie Becker, a person to look at as well. Becker made some plays against Oregon, made some plays against Alabama. Shotgun, 2 receivers to his left. Saw RPO on play 1. You're going to see RPO a lot tonight. It's going to be a handoff this time. Hemby tries to get to the outside. He is slung down by Jacoby Thomas. Safety in Miami, former Tennessee Volunteer. Corey Heatherman. Excuse me, did I say Shannon Dawson? Talking about defensive coordinator. I meant Corey Heatherman. Corey Heatherman has had an unbelievable year. I cannot imagine why he did not get much more head coach looks. I would expect him to be a very, 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 very sought-after name next cycle. Shotgun for Indiana. Check down. And hit hard at the line of scrimmage. Pushed out of bounds is Hemby. And that's going to set up a 3rd down and long. We might be in for a very defensive game tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Should be about a 3rd down and 8 for Miami. Miami loud in their home stadium. They're also showing blitz. They're going to drop 2 back into coverage. They bring 4. Mendoza flushed out to his right. Firing, and he's just going to throw this one out of bounds. Incomplete. Miami comes up big, forces a 3 and out for the Canes. We've got a ball game, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a ball game. What a play there. That was Marquise Lightfoot, who just absolutely rolled over Hemby and forced Mendoza out of the pocket. Nobody saw him coming on the offensive line. The punt is away. Toney back to receive. Lightning with the football in his hands. He gets it down to the 42. So great starting field position for Miami so far. However, a flag might hinder that. Watchman Williams says both these teams barely beat Ohio State. Well, they both beat them. So. Ten-yard penalty, holding on the receiving team. So that's going to get 10 yards away from their starting position. It's going to start them at the 32-yard line instead of the 42. Coming up, Carson Beck and the Miami Hurricanes looking to do something different than they did last time, and that is get to the other side of the 50-yard line. What's going on, everybody who is new and in the building? So happy you guys are with us. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We are 29 subs away from 427,000. Let's get there during this commercial break, okay? 29 more subscribers, okay? That's all we need. If you have not joined us yet, make sure to make that change right now. Hit that big red sub button. It's free. It locks you in for daily content right here at Chat Sports. NBA, NFL, college football, all that and more. Gage, could you do me a favor? Could you fill us up, please? Thank you. We got a $2 super chat from my main man, Yee Call. What's going on, my friend? Good to see you. Glad you're hanging out with us. Yee Call, been a little bit since I've seen you. I missed you. Glad you're hanging out. Great start so far from Miami. This is probably how they wanted this game to go in the very beginning. Right? They said, hey, let's keep this thing close. Let's not let it get out of hand early like Oregon did. You got to think back to that game in the Peach Bowl. Dante Moore, first play from scrimmage, pick 6. Before you even blink, Indiana's already up 7-0. Costly mistakes. Indiana so far not making many of those. Although that holding will put 10 yards, take away 10 yards from their starting position, which would have been at the 42. Very, very close getting on the other side of the 50. That's going to put them back starting at 32. They did. Yes, that's a good reminder. They had 10 penalties in the Fiesta Bowl against Ole Miss. Hey, we are 11 subs away from 427,500. Help me out. Let's get there. Yeehaw coming in with a 2. Shout out to you, my friend. So glad you're hanging out with us. Glad you are here. Carson Beck, this is his third time in a national championship game. However, the first two that he won, he was not the starter. Those were Stetson Bennett's. Bye from Jeff Bartlett. Finally a moment to get out, watch the game on mute, and listen to you. Bang! Welcome, Jeff. Thank you so much for the 5. Appreciate you. Sorry about your Bears yesterday, man. Hell of a game. Hell of a season. Don't like the way they ended one of my team's seasons, but hell of a season for them. 1st and 10 for Miami. Shotgun for Beck. Toney in motion. They go out to 22, excuse me. They're going to give to Fletcher. And he's going to get down to the 27-yard line. Looks like he's going to pick up 5. So it was a 20-yard penalty on the holding. Big mistake right there. Those big boys up on the front 5. Big reason for the success in Miami. Pistol. Trips bunch left on the 27. They got a receiver in motion. They're just going to turn around and hand it to Fletcher. Tries to make something out of nothing. Maybe gets a yard, but it's hit at the line of scrimmage. Brought down. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 4 for the Hurricanes. We are in for a defensive treat and a defensive game, ladies and gentlemen. Try to misdirect. Did not work. Indiana just won the line of scrimmage. So it's 3rd and 5. Beck in the shotgun. Trips left for him. Toney in at the slot. Beck looking left. He's got time. Fires. And that one's broken up. Incomplete. Great coverage by Indiana. Carson Beck had all the time in the world to deliver the throw there. Great protection by that offensive line. Just great coverage from Indiana. It was the safety that made the play. Miami, you got to punt this football away. 2nd punt on the night for Miami. Already the 3rd punt. The first 6 minutes and 6 seconds of game time. 1 first down so far. Fair caught at the 30. Good starting field position for Indiana. Much better than last time when they started on the 4. Are we going to go to commercial again? Because we've been to commercial after every single punt so far. Good. Fernando Mendoza. That's surprising that there was a 61-yard gap in between that. $29-yard line. Mendoza in the gun. Trips right. Looks like they've got a tight end right behind the left tackle. Mendoza. Step it back in the pocket. He's flushed out to his right. Still running. Trying to make something happen downfield. Incomplete. There is a flag on the field. This one's going to be holding on the offense. That defensive line causing havoc early. Holding on number 67. Bain tried to set the edge. He drew the holding. But the one who really made the play happen was number 99, Ahmad Moten Sr. A guy who's a really good football player, but he gets kind of like, lost behind Guys like Mesidor and Rueben Bain. Shotgun. Fires. Caught. Cooper still on his feet. Breaking tackles. First down and then some. Down to the 44-yard line. 25-yard play by Indiana. First big play of the game for either side. Another day, another RPO for Indiana, and this one's easy. Just causes the linebacker to have cement-type feet. Cooper just runs behind him. Pistol. Handoff. Cuts it up, and he's going to get about 6, maybe 5 on the first down carry. That was Kaelon Black on the carry. Second and 4 for the Hoosiers. At the 49-yard line. Oh, looks like there might have been a false start. Back-to-back penalties almost for Indiana. Very uncharacteristic for this Indiana coach Kurt Cignetti team. 67. Oh, it was actually 74. So what would have been 2nd and 4, now it turns into 2nd and 9. On the 44-yard line. Shotgun. Miami showing blitz. Mendoza gets the ball out, and they're going to get close to the first but short. Jacoby Thomas, defensive back, came in from the left side, but Mendoza was able to get the ball out quick enough. Elijah Sarratt with the catch. Thomas got his money's worth with that hit. Trips right, tight bunch. They cross the 50 for the first time. They're going to run this thing. They give them a first down there. I don't know how they did that, but regardless, 4 yards on the first down run from Indiana. Did you think that was a first down? You do? Okay. Maybe I was just confused. Now we're starting to see somebody get into a rhythm. It was 5 plays and a punt for Miami, 3 plays and a punt for Indiana, 3 plays and a punt for Miami. Now Indiana's on a drive. The 42-yard line, trying to get him jump off sides with the hard count. Good discipline by Miami. Shotgun, trips right. 42-yard line, Mendoza in the gun. Dropping back, looking to his left, now middle. He finds his man, that's tight end. First down, Indiana. And he stopped at 34. Riley Nowakowski, number 37, tight end. Just sits down in the middle of that zone. Fourth first down for Indiana. Good start by Mendoza. Completes another one to Sarratt. They pick up 6. This is where it gets hard to stop them. When they get into a rhythm and they're fine just nickeling and diming you all the way down the field. They got a quarterback who's accurate. They got playmakers who can catch the football. They're just going to do this. 6 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards, 8 yards, 3 yards, 9 yards, 6 yards. 2nd and 5. Empty for Mendoza. Watch his legs here. Trips right from the 27. Miami brings a blitz. Hit as he's thrown. And Mendoza got decked. If you remember, their Big Ten championship game against Ohio State, he took a hit early. Boom. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 5. Mohamed Toure was the one who got the quarterback hit, forced the incompletion. So far, Miami's had success when they brought the blitz. Well, with a quarterback like Mendoza, it's hard to bring the blitz a lot. Trips right. Cooper Jr. in motion. They're going to hand it off on third down. They're going to get it. Black again on the carry. First down, Hoosiers. Good play call there from Kurt Cignetti. Just a little inside zone on 3rd and 5. They pick it up with ease. It's an easy hole to hit right there. So they're at the 20-yard line, which means they are in the Prize Picks red zone. Use code CONS. $50 in lineups. All you got to do is play $5. Handoff on first down. He gets 2. Mendoza gets hit after the handoff. And it looks like he's bleeding. Jacoby Thomas just kind of came in, gave him a nice little cheap shot after the handoff. I'm surprised that wasn't called. Yeah, that. Oh, just crown of the helmet, bottom of the chin. Shotgun. Mendoza going to keep it. Rush up the gut for 2. 3rd down and 6. This drive taking up a lot of this clock. 6 minutes just on this drive alone. More than the first 3 drives combined. Big 3rd down right here. Miami would love to salvage a stop and only have him get 3 points. Fernando Mendoza, blood streaming out of his mouth in the shotgun. Trips left, 16-yard line. Fade, end zone, corner. Incomplete, almost picked off. Frederique Jr. in coverage. Good no flag right there. That was just underthrown. Oh, could have been picked, man. They did. Against Ole Miss, they had 4 missed interceptions. That game should have been over a lot earlier than it was. So they're just going to kick this one, try to get points on the board, be the first ones to do so. Right side of the 50. And this one sneaks in. That's good. They get 3. They cash in first. Indiana up early. We got 2 minutes, 42 seconds left in that first quarter. Gage, are you feeling any different on your pregame or pregame discussions after what we've seen in this first almost full quarter of action?
Not really. Right now, Indiana's starting to get into a rhythm on offensively. Like, that drive, I think, was what they really needed because that opening drive for Indiana just felt like they couldn't get anything going. They need to get settled in. But once they got that first down, they just kept moving the ball, and doing what they do well.
Yeah.
And I think they got into more of a rhythm, like you said, and that's what got them into where they are now with the lead.
Yeah.
And I still feel pretty confident. Now I'm curious to see how Miami will respond, trailing early on.
I think what they got to do is just get back to running the football, man, especially early on and early downs. And especially early on in this game. Look, you're only down 3. You got a lot of football left to be played, 47 minutes to be exact. You don't need to control the clock right now. You don't need to go fast. You don't need to throw the football. Just do what works for you and run it, man. It's worked for you all season. It's worked for you in the playoffs. It's worked for you tonight so far when you've done it. Miami has such a cool hand sign. I will say that. Do you not like it? Dude, I think Miami's got a really cool hand sign. I think Texas has the coolest one, even though horns down always. I think, that one's fine. Texas is the coolest. Miami's the second coolest. I also like, that one's fine. Um, TCU's is Guns Up is cool. Gigham's fine, yeah, but I think Texas, Miami, two coolest ones. Baylor's is SMU's is weird. Don't love whatchamacallit. I don't love USC's, just the peace sign. Yeah. It's like victory, but whatever. €5 from my main man Christian Malley. Shout out to him. It's crazy. People think if Indiana loses that Mendoza's falling down the pick ladder, but I think he's the number one pick, even should they lose. They could lose by 25. Mendoza would probably be the number one pick, especially without Dante Moore coming out. Quite the fall off, yeah, after Mendoza. From Mendoza to Ty Simpson, a big, big fall off. What's up, GT Cuts? Good to see you. Giving us a go. Pack, go. This one's brought out from the goal line down to the 27-yard line. Miami wanting to get something going. Like I said, you got to just get back to running the football, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's cool. I will say I don't like black end zones. Are we going back to commercial? After just going to commercial? Yeah, I guess so. We did get a $5 super chat. We will get up on screen. Alonzo saying Malaria Toney is my brother. Malaria Toney. Maybe younger brother Malachi Toney. I don't know. I think it was just a typo. From GT Cuts saying da 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 da, go Pack go. President's boy Goomba saying, come on Miami please. Hey, who y'all got? Because last time we asked you this question, there was like 1,000, 1,200 less people than there are right now. I want to know where the biggest fans are in the building right now. Do we got more Miami fans? Do we got more Indiana fans? Y'all let me know down below who you are rooting for, who you got, UM or IU. We got a lot of people saying, do you? I will say, from the Ohio State stream we did with Miami a couple of weeks ago, it did feel like there were more Miami fans in that chat than Ohio State ones. We got Indiana, IU, Dr. Crocodile, Johnny, God's Word, Mike. It feels a little bit split right now. And if you look at the live poll, it's 57-43%. Yeah, give me a great game that we can be interested in. Yeah, so far it's already a better game than I don't know. You're not wrong. Not the easiest schedule ever, but they did have a decently easy schedule. Yeah. Yes, they have. I mean, they've beaten everybody good that they played by like a million. All righty, we are back. Pistol for the Canes. Two receivers to the right. Fletcher in the backfield next to Beck. 26-yard line. Drop it back. Good protection again. Nice layered pass. Deflected, almost caught and dropped. Gage, can we turn the TV a little bit towards me? Thank you. There we go. Carson Beck tried to layer that over the defensive back. He got his hands in the air. 87 still almost came down with it. Jake, this is not a bowl game. This is just the national championship. 26-yard line. Beck 2 for 5. Again, I said they got to start running the football more. Don't know why we're putting it in Beck's hands so much. They do it again. Fires. Incomplete. Same story, man. Same story. Run the football, Miami. It's what got you here, bro. Carson Beck is averaging like 180 yards passing a game in the college football playoff. Why is he already thrown 6 passes? Third down. Big third down stop right here for Miami. Trips left. 26-yard line. Beck steps up, tries to avoid a sack. He can't. Slung down at the 20. Indiana with a big stop. And 3 straight passes from the Hurricanes. Make it make sense. What a play there by Fisher. Goes right around Fletcher, who was in there for pass protection. Could not get it done. That ball is punted away. Good punt rolling down to the 27-yard line. Indiana trying to capitalize on their last good drive. Mendoza back out with this Indiana offense. Last time they were out here, they drove the ball almost 96 yards. But that drive ended in 3. So far, first team to score in the CFP, 9-1 this season. Oklahoma was the lone loss. Handoff. Nowhere to go. Brought down. It's Rueben Bain. That's going to be a loss of 3 on first down. That's the thing about this Miami defensive line, man. If Bain wasn't there to make the play, look who was right there with him. Akheem Mesidor. Who cares? Who cares that Bain has T-Rex arms? Dude's a stud, man. Dude is a stud. Shotgun. 2nd and 16. They're going to hand it off, and he is met again at the line of scrimmage. Hard. And that's going to get him 1. RPO decided to hand it off, and that's going to bring up a 3rd down and long. Great response by this Miami defense. Third and 15. Must stop right here for Corey Heatherman in this Miami defense. From the 22. 45 feet for the first. Miami bring only 3. And they're going to screen it down. He's surrounded, and he's brought down after only a gain of 4. It's Jacoby Thomas. And that's going to be the final play of this first quarter of action. Almost an hour on that first quarter. Yeah. A lot of defense played so far in this one. If you took the under on 47.5 points, you are feeling like a good man right now. Feeling like a possibly rich man right now if you did that. 15 minutes through, 45 minutes to go. Indiana up 3-0. Just a reminder of our super chat menu. Any 5, we will do your school's cheer. $5 also gets you on the shot counter. If you want it to go to Miami, we got green. If you want it to go to Indiana, we got red. Who's going to win? $10 gets 3 on the shot counter. $150 by halftime is a boot race from Gage and myself. We're 15 away from getting a 50. And Gage told me that if we get to 100 by halftime, he will do a beer bong. This game, honestly, pretty even right now. Yeah, Miami's defense is keeping them in this game, and Indiana's defense doing the same. Miami abandoned the run, it seems. They've only rushed for like 9 yards in the first quarter. That is not a key to victory for them. Not a key to victory for the Hurricanes. They got to be able to pound the rock, got to be able to run the football. They have not been able to do so far. Fletcher Jr., has to be a part of this offense. He just has to be. He's been for the entirety of their run. 18 total yards for Miami? Really? Wow. 1 first down, 0 for 3 on third. Miami dominating time of possession. Indiana almost 10 minutes to 5 minutes. And they've got 5 times their total yards as well. Carson Beck, I even think he's throwing more passes than that. Yeah, there is no way he's only thrown 4. He has thrown 6. Now, there we go, 2 for 6. A -7 rush yards because he got sacked. Only 9 yards passing, 4.5 yards a pass. Who's my favorite, Miami or Hoosiers? I think I'd like Indiana to win, but I think I just like a good game better than anything, if I'm being honest with you. But I also don't mind Miami. My favorite 30 for 30 is the U. I just want a good football game. Miami wins, I'd be happy. Indiana wins, I'd be happy. As long as we get a fun game, just like that first quarter. Toney catches it at the 27, tries to cut back inside, breaking tackles. Now to his left, trying to find blocks. Gets it down to the 42-yard line. What a return by the one they call Baby Jesus. Oh. So it looks like his butt touched the ground, so they're going to bring it back to the 27. It would have been at the 42. So that's a difference of 11 yards from the 42 to the 31, actually. But still, good return from Malachi Toney and good field position to start for Miami. Now it'd be interesting to see what they do. What's up, Adam? Appreciate you, my friend. Glad you're hanging out with us. You're the man. Do they go back to running the football? I think they need to. They abandoned it for no reason. They put it too much in the arms of Carson Beck, and they haven't been able to do anything since then. Handoff. Unfortunately, they're not really able to do much there. Only a gain of 1 on first down. Shannon Dawson just has to be patient with the run game. Can't abandon it too early. You're only down 3. Empty here, trips right with a bunch. 2 receivers to his left. Malachi Toney is one of those receivers. Indiana playing zone. Beck scanning, fires, check down. That's CJ. That's going to bring up third down and short. 0 for 3 so far on third downs for Miami. What up, Moggs? Good to see you, my friend. All my boys getting in the chat. Adam, Moggs. Big opportunity right here for Miami. It's going to be handoff up the middle, and he is stopped after a gain of 1. They're trying to get a late push. It's not going to work. Indiana's defense comes up big right there. And they're not going to go for it. They're just going to punt this one away. And this Miami offensive line is good, man, but in the run game tonight, they are not having their way. Just a stunt, from the left defensive end. Punt is away. Fair caught at the 15-yard line. So if Indiana has their way, they'll have another Indiana-type drive that resulted in 3, except this time they want it, obviously, to result in the end zone. But they'd love to rip off 15 plays and 80 yards in 8 minutes. Real quickly, do got to give a massive shout-out to the sponsor of today's show. The reason you're watching our program for 100% free, our great friends over at Prize Picks. The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action for next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Missing your fantasy team, my league is already over. But with Prize Picks, I don't have to wait until next year's draft to keep playing fantasy. Prize Picks lets you play fantasy football every week, even in the playoffs. Pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections every week. No draft required. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 sports picks app. Here is my lineup for tonight's game. I had the more on Carson Beck pass attempts, which not terrible right now, given how much they're throwing the football. I had the more on Malachi Toney receptions. I think he's still sitting at 2. And Omar Cooper Jr., I've got him with the more on half a rushing or receiving touchdown. So far, he's got a couple of catches. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Link to this promo is in the comments and description of today's video. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Great. Shout out to you guys for helping us get over 427,500 subs. Let's try to get to 428K tonight, okay? We are just 455 subs away from getting there. I need y'all's help, ladies and gentlemen. D1 Board says, my Hawks winning the Super Bowl. Seahawks got a very good chance to do that. They are the team to beat in the National Football League. We're one sub away from 550. 427, 550, that is. The most interesting man in the world on the Dos Equis commercial. What a GOAT. Jacoby Thomas with a couple of late cheap shots on Fernando Mendoza. Hey, it's football, man. Go hit some dudes. Probably should have been penalized, but hey, go hit some dudes. First and 10 for Mendoza and the Hoosiers. From the 15-yard line, shotgun. RPO. Sarratt, first down. If you watch Indiana at all, you know RPO, RPO, RPO. You're going to see that all night long. Mendoza starting 8 for 11 so far in this game, 78 yards. Miami looks like they're bringing blitz. Mendoza fires across the center. Great coverage. It's Frederique again. Couple of pass breakups for him early. Elijah Sarratt had one-on-one coverage. Just a slant, but great coverage by number 29 out of Miami. Second and 10, shotgun. Motion. Mendoza, fire. Caught. Tackle, miss, stiff arm. They're looking to strip him, and he's going to pick up 8. That's tight end number 37 for Indiana. Nowakowski. Third down and 1. Miami loading up the line of scrimmage. Heavy box, handoff up the middle. They get it. First down. Black on the carry. They're going to move those chains. Miami just loaded the box up and said, hey, I dare you, run it at us. Indiana said, cool, we will. They do. First down. Seventh first down for Indiana. Miami only has 1, and it came on their first drive of the game. Pistol. Handoff. Black again hits the hole, but it gets hit harder. And he's brought down after about a gain of 1. Excuse me, that was Hemby on the carry, not Black. Second down and 9 for Indiana. God. Mendoza is tough as nails, man. He's taken some big shots this season. Sarratt in motion. Now the other way. Got to be a handoff up the middle. Hemby again. Picks up 3. Third down and 6 for Indiana. Single high safety. Mendoza tries to fit it in. Frederique in coverage. He's going to get flagged. First down, Indiana. Let's see this. Sarratt was the intended receiver. Yeah, and Fletcher just jersey tugged both hands. Can't do that, man. You cannot do that. "46-yard line, Indiana across the 50. They go to Hemby again, and he's not going anywhere. Big Ahmad Moten Sr., 6'3", 300 pounds on that one. He's been destructive in the run game so far. So Indiana kind of doing the opposite of Miami. They're trying to get the run game established over and over and over again, and they're getting nothing. Unless they're throwing the football, they're not able to do anything. Almost down to the 50. Loss of 4 on first down. It's going to be a handoff again. It's Hemby. Only 1 on the carry. Third down and long. I'll give them credit. They're not trying to banish it. Rueben Bain was the one who made the play. Great read, great hit. Looks like there was a timeout called. I don't know who by. Indiana called timeout there. They'll have a 3rd and 12 on the 48-yard line. This game has been a defensive battle. It's been a defensive brawl, which is playing into the hands, I'll be honest. I believe that does play into the hands of Miami. Right now, in our poll, we have 1,828 votes. And the Who You Got, Indiana's 56%, Miami's 44%. Crackers Gone Fishing says Miami all the way. It's Jake Helen says, what is Nathan talking about? We own the Texas Longhorns. Kevin says the flags are awfully heavy tonight. Holding on the punt return, holding on the defensive or the offensive lineman, false start, and that one, is that it? They've all been egregious calls. Like, they've all been, like, the right call. Like, it's been obvious. Yeah. Nine minutes left in this half. Hey, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. 186 likes. We are 14 likes away from getting to 200. Now we are 11 likes away from getting to 200. Let's go. Let's get there. Let's get there. Let's get there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Four away. Now we got there. 211. Let's keep that going up. Let's keep that going up. Come on. Let's get that to 300. It's at 222. So him and Mendoza, same high school? That's hilarious. Wow, that's awesome. David Lenza saying, go you and always FGB. Amen. Or actually, no. Opposite of amen. Third and 13. Big down right here for the Hoosiers. They got two receivers each side. Looks like Miami jumped off sides. Mendoza fires high, incomplete. But they're going to get an extra 5 yards, and that one's going to be 3rd down and 7 instead of 3rd down and 12. Oh, was it 3rd and 13? So, yeah, Bain jumped off sides. Mendoza took another shot, man. He has had a physical 20 minutes of football so far. Yeah, he will have to get used to it with that Raiders' horrible offensive line. Ooh. Yeah, he is. So now 3rd down and 8. Shotgun, trips right. 43-yard line. Handoff up the middle. What a call. What a run. 1st down. Down to the 22-yard line. Light box. They take advantage of it with Black. 1st down, Hoosiers. Please don't, David. Hector saying, go Canes. Omar Cooper, quick little catch to the edge. Gain of 3. What a play call right there by Kurt Cignetti. Great run by Black. They got a nice 2-headed monster there at tailback. Kaelon Black, 14 rushes of 20 or more yards this season. Shotgun. Play action. Fires. Hits him. First down. Goal. Pylon. Touchdown, Indiana. What a run. What a score. They take the early lead. They extend the early lead. Charlie Becker. He sat down at the sticks. He stepped out of bounds. This one's going to come back to the 5-yard line, but what an unbelievable effort to keep those feet moving and find the end zone. Miami defensive players getting added on the sideline. Gosh, what a play by Charlie Becker. So it's just an RPO. He sits down past the sticks and keeps on running and keeps on running and keeps on running. It's going to be out at about the 5 or 6 yard line. Who? He's not tight end. Yeah, wide receiver. Very underrated for sure. He did. Big catch. Also had some pretty big plays against Oregon last week. First and goal now for the Hoosiers. They're up 3-0. Reminder, they do get the ball after halftime. First and goal. Shotgun. Becker in motion. It's going to be a handoff. And Black is met in the hole and just gets about a yard on that carry. Good stop right there by the Hurricanes. See if they can hold them to 3. Miami going to have about probably 7 minutes left on the clock once they get this football back. Would love to get a score before halftime. Indiana would love to extend their lead right here. Shotgun again. 2 tight ends in, 2 receivers tight from the 4.5-yard line. Back to Black. And he is wrestled down at about the 2-yard line. It's Rueben Bain on the tackle. That's going to bring up 3rd down and goal from the 2. .620 left in this half. They're going to line up in the I formation. First time it seems that Mendoza's been under center tonight. There is a stoppage of time. Miami wants a timeout. They're going to call one. 14th play of the drive, which is how many plays Miami has just in total today. Yeah, it is pretty unbelievable. I mean, 149 yards to 26. This Indiana defense, unbelievable so far. Operating at such a high level. Miami's 0 for 4 on 3rd down, and their average attempt on 3rd down hasn't even been that long. either. Yeah, that's a very, very impressive feat right here from the Indiana defense. They got a first down on their first drive of the game. Nothing since. Carson Beck has looked horrendous. And we said coming into this, man, nobody's got more on their shoulders in this game than Carson Beck does. Nobody had more of an impact on this game than he did. Because we knew if he was hot, if he was on, if he was operating at a peak level, man, Miami is going to win this football game. They got a chance. But if he doesn't, we thought, you know what, Indiana might win this game by 3 scores. And they've got a chance to be up 2 scores. 7 minutes left in this half, and then they also get the ball at halftime. So if Indiana scores here, stops Miami, they could double dip from here and then halftime. Obviously, a lot of ifs right there, but still. Shout out to It's Jake. Good to see you, my friend. Do you think they come out with a run here in the I formation, Gage?
I would. I think they will. Yeah. I mean, the last time they ran, they were in a third down situation. They ran the ball to Kaelon Black, and it worked out very well for them.
They did on 3rd and 8,
yeah.
Which just shows you how good they are. You know, they have it 3rd and 13. They're like, hey, if we get them to jump off sides, we'll go 3rd and 8. We'll run the football, and it just worked out perfectly. And that's why you got to play mistake-free football when you play Indiana, man.
And that's the other thing about it for Miami. It's not like they've been out of it. They've been just shooting themselves in the foot time and time again. Like, those penalties have been at the wrong time, it feels like.
Yeah. The thing about Indiana is, like, I don't know if there's anything that they do that's just, like, unbelievable. Like, I don't know if they're the greatest in the country at anything in particular, but they are top 5 in the country in everything else, which is obviously what makes them so special. 14th play of this drive, Miami has run 14 offensive plays in totality. They've passed on half of those. Kurt Cignetti giving his Kurt Cignetti look. I formation. Swing tackle in motion. Handoff, fullback, touchdown. It's the tight end, Nowakowski. IU goes up 10. The 1-yard rush from number 37 in red and white. 6 minutes, 44 seconds, 14 plays, 85 yards for Indiana. Hold my beer with a $5 super chat. Wow. 14 plays. Almost 7 minutes. Nowakowski making lots of plays. Obviously, Black with the big run on 3rd down and 8. 20 yards of pickup right there. Becker was a stud. Made some plays on his own. Just great play call right there. Just fullback dive. Don't overthink it. And Kurt Cignetti looks like he's just watching someone at the golfing range. No reaction whatsoever. 14-plus play drives this season. They've had 4 of them. They just had 1 right there. And they are outgaining Miami by 120 yards. Carson Beck trots back out onto the field. Tough start for him. 3 for 7 for 16 yards. Averaging 5.33 yards of completion. Averaging 2 yards in attempt, basically. They're going to line up in the pistol. Do what I've been asking you to do all game long. Try to establish the run. Don't abandon it just yet. From the 25, they're going to go to Fletcher. Patient run there. Nice little late push. They pick up 5. There's already a little bit of talking going back and forth between the defensive line and the offensive line. Get the ball in the hands of your playmakers. That's Fletcher, that's Toney. Sometimes football is that simple. Second and 5. 5.5 minutes. Miami's made it obvious they want to be the last ones to touch the ball before half. Indiana does get the ball after halftime. So if they can get a stop right here, that could be deadly for this ball game. 30-yard line. Handoff again. Fletcher tripped up. Looks like he had a hole. He was still able to pick up 3. Could have been much more deadly for Indiana. But great play right there by Jones. Oh, yeah. Malachi Toney puts him on the turf. And he just, with his legs. 3 straight 3-and-outs for the Canes. They try to end that streak right now. They're going to go pistol, handoff, Fletcher. That's not going to do it. Gain of none. Beck walking off the field. Indiana just more physical than them in the trenches right here. Miami looks like they might be staying on the field. Linebacker works his way around and just makes the play on Fletcher. Defensive line winning their one-on-one matchups up front. Miami's going to go for it. This feel like it could be the game right here. Indiana would take over at the 34 if they stop them. With the ball after halftime as well. Under center, Beck, handoff, Fletcher. Hit at the line. Late push. Did he get it? Depends on where they stop him. It's going to be very, very close right here. Indiana saying they stopped him. Miami substituting. More offensive players out. It's a first down. Wow. Yeah, he got there, but barely. Great effort by Fletcher. 35-yard line, 1st and 10, 3:15. Play action. Beck. Time to throw. Delivers. What a ball. C.J. Daniels down to the 40. Now Miami's making something happen. To the Indiana 40 they go. This game getting a little chippier. Beautiful throw in the middle zone. It's cover 2 right there. Just hits the whole shot. Pistol. Toney in motion. They're at the 40. Quick screen. Toney. 3rd catch of the day. This one only goes for about 3. They'll probably try to run one more play before the 2-minute warning. Indiana, 2 timeouts left. Miami, 2 timeouts left as well. Miami doing all they can. Shannon Dawson, the offensive coordinator, make sure Indiana doesn't touch the ball again. Eight seconds left to the 2-minute warning. Will they run a play? They won't. There we go into the 2-minute timeout. Miami in the middle of their best drive of the game. They picked up 2 first downs this drive alone, which is double how many they picked up so far in the game. Carson Beck just made his first real good throw of the night. And Indiana. Say it again? Is Miami starting to get into a rhythm? Maybe. I think the reason you're starting to see that rhythm is because we've talked about for the entirety of this game. Just stick to run the football. You got to run the football, man. You can't do what they want to do offensively if you don't establish the run first. Okay? Carson Beck cannot be the one that wins you this game on his shoulders. It's got to be everybody. Carson Beck can lose you this game. I don't know if Carson Beck can win you this game. That's the hard thing about it all. Hey, we are at 269 likes, 31 away from 300, ladies and gentlemen. 31 more likes. Let's get there. Let's get there. Let's get there. So, a reminder again, for the fourth time, Indiana does get the ball at halftime. So, Miami would love to get some points here, cut it to a one-score game for half, and give them the ball back. I mean, ideally with 0 seconds left on the clock, but with as little time as they can. Because that's the last thing they want. Last thing they want is Indiana get a stop, Indiana get a score, and then they get the ball after half, they get a score again. Because all of a sudden, you could blink, and after 3 minutes after halftime, you're down 24-0. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate you. Now we're at 292. Let's get it. Let's go to 8 more likes. That's all we need. 8 more likes. Let's go. Let's get there. Jonathan says I'm bored. It's not the most exhilarating game so far, I'll tell you that. But I wouldn't say it's boring. If you like physical defensive football, you'll like today's game. But if you like, 2013 Big 12, high-flying, high-scoring, this probably is not the game for you. 303 likes. Let's get to 400 now. Let's go. Come on. We are back. So it'll be second down and 7. Kurt Cignetti and Miami starting to think about when they take their timeouts. They get a stop right here on second down. Guarantee you they'll bang one of those out. Shotgun. Beck. Fletcher in the backfield. Handoff, and he's not going anywhere. Except barely back to the line of scrimmage. Minute 54 left. That clock ticking down. Miami got to try to take as much time as they can off of the clock before they snap here. Guarantee you they'll snap it around sometime minute 25 to 30. Just getting ignored. Pons makes the play in the backfield. Great in coverage. Good tackle right there. 0 for 5 on third down so far. Can they break the streak on 3rd and 8? And they're going to fake the jet sweep, get it to Marion. He's going to pick up 6. Bring up 4th and 2. So that's going to be about a 49-yarder for Miami. Or do they go for it, try to get in better field goal range, try to keep this drive going, or do they trust that kicker in his leg? Indiana not calling timeout. Miami not calling timeout. There's 18 seconds left on the game clock. Or play clock, excuse me. ESPN analytics say to go for it. I say to not. If you have any faith in your kicker, they're going to bang a timeout, and that's going to be 38 seconds left in this half. If you've got any faith in your kicker right here and you're Miami, kick the field goal, make it a one-score game after half, because you've been getting outplayed in pretty much every facet of the game. If you go in halftime being down 1 score, I'm taking that all day. Are you, Gage? Are you taking all day being down 1 score at half if you're Miami? Indiana will win, go down in history, and it'll be the last time. So enjoy y'all's miracle season, Hoosier fans. 4th and 2. They're going to kick the football. It's going to be about a 50-yard field goal. Their kicker 7 for 12 from 40 plus. This one from 50. Left hash. Up. It's looking like it's going to be good. It's wide right. Missed it. So now Indiana takes over at the 32. 2 timeouts. See if they can get into field goal range. They could go up 13-0 with the ball coming out after halftime. I think that was the right decision by Cristobal. Just pushed it right. It was looking good early and then just kept moving that way. Oh, it was doinked. I missed that it was doinked. Brutal. Dude, you got 2 timeouts left, 33 seconds. They're going to hand it off to Blacks, or excuse me, it's Hemby. And they're going to call a timeout, I believe. They're just going to let this one run down to halftime. Speaking of halftime, we won't go anywhere. I will. I'm going to go to the restroom, also go eat some food. But Gage is going to be here, so don't go anywhere. Shotgun, Indiana. See if they can get something late. Fires. Timeout. Becker caught. Maybe a little too late. Don't really know what they've been doing. So they don't take the timeout after the rushing attempt, which I don't think that was the right call. They then pick up about, what would you say, 20 yards on that play, 18 yards. They call a timeout, but now they're at the 50, and there's 3 seconds left. They'd have to get 10 yards in 3 seconds, 2 seconds technically, and then that'd be a 57-yarder. So I don't think great clock management right there by Kurt Cignetti and crew. I've got a feeling they're just going to run the football right here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they wasted seconds, at least 15 of them after that first down run. I thought it was 5 when the play was over. So that's a little bit of a difference. Maybe they can get 10. All they got to do is complete a pass, get down to the ground, and get a timeout in. So Mendoza's going to step up in the pocket. He's going to heave it deep. And it's incomplete. So the first 30 minutes of this game are over. Indiana up 10-0, dominating this football game. Miami's crossed the 50-yard line just one time. They've got 1 field goal attempt. They miss it. And the Hoosiers proving why they're the #1 team in the country going into this one. Alrighty, it is halftime, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Gage is going to hang out with you. I'm going to go grab something to eat, hang out, go to the restroom for a second, but then I will be back, okay? So y'all have fun with Gage. Be nice to the babysitter. And I'll see you guys in just a little bit.
How's it going, guys? How's it going? Let me know down in the comment section, how do you think the first half of this national championship game went for year 2 of the 12-team format? As it's Indiana, Miami, 10-0 Indiana, the Hoosiers with the lead. Miami done, says Micah Cole. Carson Beck, yes, is still in the game, Alonzo. He has not really been having the stats that people have been hoping for, but we'll see how it goes. My voice is down. Shouldn't be down. There, Papa Murph. Indiana going to blow them out 30-0, says Thomas Lappenbush. We're going to put in a poll for you guys to grade the game so far. Let me know down in the comments section. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade the game as you would see fit for the first half. Oh, okay. No, you're good, Papa Murph. You're good. First half is great. Indiana leading. Yep, there we go. Damn it, Canes. What WTF? Miami's still going to win. What do you think the key to victory is for Miami? Like, what do you think that they need to do to change going into the second half? I feel like they really need to rely a bit more on Fletcher, because I think if they rely too much on Carson Beck, he really hasn't proven himself a lot. I mean, there hasn't really been many chances that he's proven it to. I mean, all of things, yeah. Defense has been what's really kept Miami in the game so far. I really have to say. I mean, if their defense has not been holding up like that, this game could have gotten out of hand very, very quickly. And run the ball more, says Alonzo. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. Yeah, it felt like they kind of went away from the Fletcher run game, which is really what got them to this point. And on top of that, they've let Indiana play the style of football that Miami normally plays, and that is control the clock and control the time possession. That's how they beat Ole Miss. That's how they beat Ohio State, and that is how they beat A&M to get to where they are today. So I think that's what they got to get back to, is to get back to control the possession and control the clock management a bit better than getting those quick 3 and outs to get the ball back to Indiana, because Indiana has been doing the exact opposite. They've been playing Miami's playbook, which is drain the clock, drain the clock, drain the clock, and take advantage of the Miami errors and penalties that have been going on throughout the game as well. Miami needs guns to win. Wow, says Bob Hutchinson. I feel like you mean by more receivers? The receivers are there. I feel like the receiver core, Miami outmatches Indiana, but they've been well covered. I got to give Indiana some credit. They've been doing a great job in coverage in the secondary against the Miami receivers, because they've not been given any breathing room, and that's been one of the key factors for this offense not getting anything going for Miami, in my opinion, anyways. Is that you have C.J. Daniels being covered, then you got Malachi Toney on their side. He's well covered as well. It just feels like there's no opportunity for them to get anything going. But like I said, also while we're doing some conversations, let me know if you guys have any questions or anything that you have going into the 2026 season for college football. I mean, this is the last game. Go Hoosiers, says D1 Board. Hoosiers. 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 And like I said, grade the game so far. Let me know what you guys think so far of it all. And while we're at it, shout out your favorite hot college football team. If you're an Indiana fan, shout it down with those Hoosiers in the comments section. If you're a Miami fan, shout out with those Go Canes or the U. If you're someone else, represent. Let me know. It could be FCS even, D2, D3. I mean, it's college football, so you name it. You represent it down below in the comments section. It will give you a massive shout out for your school. And I'll try doing your school chant. So let's see what you guys have. Let's keep this board alive. The U, says Alonze. It's all about the U. It's all about the U. It's all about the U. Probably one of the better documentaries in for 30. The U, Alonzo is spamming the U. The Indiana defense is using a Guantanamo strategy that's paying off dividends. Yes, they are. Big Ten has tightened cash for NIL. SEC has NASCAR and used car dealers without no off-the-books advantage. Time in the Buckeye. Oh, boy, you're making me do this one, aren't you, Time in? Aren't you? This is going to be hurt me a little bit while I do this. O-H-I-O. O-H-I-O. Only one I'll ever do it for is for you, Time Man, so keep that in mind. And the Roll Tide, says Michael BKR for Alabama. Big legacy there with the Nick Saban eras back in the 2000s, and an IU for the Hoosiers. Hoosiers for Isla Swimmer. Shout out, represent your school colors. Carson Beck is not out. He is playing. And he is playing, but he hasn't really done much. Go Dogs. Go Dogs, says Jonesy in the comments section. For the Georgia Bulldogs, I'm assuming. Go Dogs, sick 'em! Carson Beck is not out. He's still in the game. Yeah, he hasn't really been doing what he normally would be. He hasn't really been playing that well today. And I feel like Mario Cristobal has put a lot of pressure on him, and that's kind of what's gotten them into a lot of situations right now. Texas and Florida going to own SEC teams, says Jamie Hartsock. Wow. Chicken from Eagle Mountain, Utah. Says Gerald. What's your favorite NFL team and college football team? So Penn State's my favorite college football team. I have a Penn State Nittany Lion hat on right now as we're talking. And IU is beating the Canes at their own game in the trenches. Time to flip the script and make adjustments. Yes, that is another key point. The battle of the trenches, we thought was going to be in favor of Miami. That's how they're going to win. But Indiana's done a great job of holding possession with that. To answer your question, for my favorite NFL team, I'm a New York Jets fan for the NFL, unfortunately. So I'm used to disappointment. I'll say that. And as we take a look at the team comps between both sides of the national championship game, Indiana, 100 more total yards compared to Miami at 169 to 69. Nice. And third down conversion, 4 for 7 for Indiana, while Miami still looking for their first third down conversion of the game. And the penalty yards pretty even by both sides, but time of possession has really it's been leaning in closer in Indiana's favor. And remember, they get the ball to start the second half, will be in Indiana. Go green, go white, says Jeremy Hunt. Let me know what school that is. I really am curious to know. It's all about Heisman Mendoza, says Boxing Tech, and Isla with another IU in the comment section. Eagle Mountain, Utah. Let me know, is that southern Utah or northern Utah? I'm curious. Tennessee Vols, good old Rocky Top, says Shane Cotton. We'll make sure to get the shout out for Joey. He's a Tennessee alum. Actually, make sure you follow along if you haven't subscribed to our Tennessee football channel that we have, Tennessee Football Talk by Chat Sports. Michigan State, okay. So a little Sparty fan over here. Back in the good old days, you probably love the Connor Cook years, as well as Kenneth Walker, some big-name Michigan State Spartans, as well as another one that is now an LSU quarterback, Sam Leavitt. Just south of Salt Lake City. Okay, yeah, that sounded familiar to me. I've been to SLC before. I went on a trip and took a week-long trip around the state of Utah. Saw Canyonlands, the Delicate Arch, and Arches National Park. I had a great time. I really enjoyed the state. I would love to go back and venture there once more. So here are the stats for both quarterbacks right now. Carson Beck is 6 for 10 in the game, whereas Mendoza is 12 for 17 with 116 yards and an 89.3 QBR. So the QBR rating is in favor of Fernando Mendoza, but not by much. And the rush yards pretty much told you how well they've been sacked and all that. One of these days, my Ducks are going to be in the national title. I'm sure they'll lose because they love breaking my heart. Yeah, I mean, Oregon was in the first CFP national title game against Ohio State back in the 2014 season after they beat undefeated Florida State with a Jameis Winston-led team that year. And I'll say this, that team was fun to watch. That was what got me really hooked into college football, was watching Marcus Mariota go out there and sling the pill a little bit, win the Heisman Trophy that season for the Ducks. He was fun to watch. Miami sucks, says Jeremy EC. But Papa Murphs, so you're a big Oregon fan. Are you subscribed to our Oregon Ducks football report? Let me know, because we actually have an Oregon Ducks football channel now. Ooh, we have a Cincinnati Bearcat fan. I actually don't know what their chat is, but the first G5 team to make it to the college football playoff back when they had the Power 4 ranking with Desmond Ridder, Sauce Gardner. Awesome, fun team to watch. I was pulling for them to make it and try to make some noise and prove what the G5 could really do. The Bearcats, though. Cincinnati Bearcats. Let's go, Canes, says Javier Alvarez. SEC and Big Ten flip dominance. Yeah, that's an interesting part of this, is that 3 straight years a Big Ten team has made it to the national title game. And if everything holds true to where it stands right now, it could be 3 straight years a Big Ten team will be hoisting the national title. Not only the 3 straight years a Big Ten team's hoisting the national title, but for 3 different Big Ten teams winning the national championship. And going into the season, Penn State was one of the early favorites to win it, where they had pretty much their entire roster back from last season. But USC, so fight on, USC. I may not do that chant well because How's it going, President Boy Goomba? How we doing? Who do you think's going to win the Super Bowl? I got my Seahawks. I had to agree. I had we had the mid-season report. They asked that to the Chat Sports employees, and I thought Seattle looked like a team that could be a force to be reckoned with. And no matter what, I think any team from whoever wins the NFC title game is winning the Super Bowl. I don't see the Broncos winning it now that Bo Nix is out for the season with his broken ankle. And then the Patriots, they've had an easy schedule. I mean, you could say what you will about it, but they played a fourth place schedule to get to where they are now in the AFC title game. And even in that, in the AFC playoffs, they had to go against. It was pretty much their defense that carried them to this point. I mean, you think about it, they had to play against the Chargers in the first round. Justin Herbert, their defensive line for the Patriots just took over in that game. And Drake May played an okay game. It wasn't his best. It wasn't a great game by any standard. And then you got the Texans game where, once again, it was more Houston making errors on offense because of the Patriots' defense than it was the offense for the Patriots doing anything on the ground as well. Rams over Patriots has someone. Indiana will make history tonight. Yes, if Indiana wins this game, it'll be the first time that their football team has won the national title in program history. And prior to the Kurt Cignetti years, Indiana was the college football program with the most losses in college football FBS history. So it's goes to show you how historical this season has been for the Hoosiers. I mean, last year we talked about their team, and they kind of came out of the woodworks and were like, all right, this team is pretty good. They made it to the college football playoff, and they lost to Notre Dame in the first round. Okay, that was a fun Cinderella season. Maybe that'll be it for them, because this year they had an easy schedule as well. Well, they proved that they could win in both dominant fashion and in close games as well. I mean, the Penn State-Indiana game was really down to the wire till the Mendoza tight race, the Mendoza drive at the end really came through in fruition. But I got to say, that was Seahawks winning the Super Bowl. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that one. Seattle looks really, really good. As we got Joey coming back, as we still are in the middle of the halftime spiel, because I don't know if they did the halftime show yet or not. But we were talking about, we were doing shout-outs. There's a Tennessee Vols fan in the chat for you, Joey.
Well, there we go. Where at?
Good question. Shout yourself out.
Where's our Vols fan?
I gotta find it.
There we go.
Oh yeah, Shane Cotton.
Hopefully he's a subscriber. So let's talk about our keys to victory. I said Miami's got to dominate the line of scrimmage, right? And I don't think they've done that. And I said Indiana has got to, force Carson Beck into a frog, and they've kind of done that. So far, Indiana, they're the one that have gotten their key to victory done. Miami has been the one that's not. What were yours again?
Mine was yours, but flipped. It was Indiana had to win the line of scrimmage,
and they have.
And Carson Beck they just can't have Carson Beck make stupid mistakes, which he really hasn't.
He hasn't made any mistakes, but he just
hasn't been playing that well either.
He hasn't done anything really.
I know it's been like he's been mediocre, I'd say, and that's even putting it in helping him, putting it in a favor for him.
Yeah.
It's like if you're looking at a scale like 1 to 10 how he's been playing, 10 being phenomenal, 1 being crap.
What would you rate him at? Say it on 3. 1, 2, 3.
3.
Okay.
Yep.
Very similar.
Yeah, very similar. Yep.
Yeah, I think he'd be about a 4 as well. Or a 4, anywhere from 3 to 4. Just not playing good football. I mean, they got 69 nice total yards. They're getting outgained by 100. Indiana has 8 more time of possession than they do. 4 third down conversions. Miami's 0 for 6. You're not going to win football games like that. You're just not.
Yeah, and then the QB battle, it's been...
I will say Fernando Mendoza...
He hasn't done much.
His completion percentage just being barely over 66% is a little surprising to me. But, I mean, he's still, he's played well. It hasn't been anything like jaw-dropping, eye-popping. crazy. It's not like he's been unstoppable, but he's operating that offense at a high level.
I think that's a part of the Miami.
Football.
I think it's just the Miami defense is like slowing him down.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I think
it's not
it comes down to.
necessarily him. It's the Miami defense.
I think that's what's keeping them in this game. If there's any silver lining for Mario Cristobal going into the locker room, it's that your defense is doing its job.
Yeah.
You just need your offense to wake up. That's all it needs to come down to.
If Indiana comes out here and scores a touchdown, what do you put Miami's percentage chance to win this football game?
So right now, going into halftime, I'd say it's like a 36% chance.
Okay.
If Indiana scores a touchdown, that drops to 10.
Okay, see, I think right now it's like 15%. Because I wanted to say 33%, but then I had to think about it in terms of that means I'm saying 1 out of every 3 times they'd win this football game down 10-0 at halftime. With what we've seen so far, I don't think I believe that. I think it's like I'm going to say 17% chance right now. If Miami goes down and scores a touchdown, I think it's sub 10. I think it's like 7 or 8%.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if they don't score, if Indiana doesn't score a touchdown and Miami comes down out of the gates and scores a touchdown, it's a whole new ballgame.
Yeah.
That's how I interpret it. So that's why I'm saying it's not over yet.
Gage, what has been, do you think, the best college football playoff game yet?
Georgia Ole Miss.
Georgia Ole Miss, that's
Yes.
what I was going to say as well.
I think the fact that Ole Miss was trailing going into the fourth quarter, and they found a way to come out and win with Pete Golding
Against Georgia, dude.
Against Georgia.
Kirby Smart doesn't lose when they have the lead in the fourth quarter.
Yes, and how that game ended was insane.
Yeah.
That's got to be number 1 for me.
I think number 1's Georgia Ole Miss. I think so too. Where would you put Bama, Oklahoma? Would you put that in the top 3? Because right now I'm kind of thinking Georgia Ole Miss. I'm maybe thinking Ole Miss, Miami. And then maybe Indiana, Oklahoma.
So my top 3 goes Ole Miss, Georgia, number 1.
Yep.
2 is the Fiesta Bowl, Ole Miss, Miami. Number 3 is Miami A&M. Because I like the defensive battle.
Yeah.
That's where because I liked how it was like a nail biter throughout.
Yeah, you're wrong. Pumpkin Belly! First time Super Chatter! Woo! Coming in with a 20. Appreciate you so much for that $20 super chat. You are the man or the woman. We don't know. Whatever. We are very, very appreciative.
You're a real one.
Of that 20, you are what we like to call a real one and a first-time super chatter. Shout out Pumpkin Belly for the 20. Thanks for being you. Thanks for being you. Let's see what.
What would you rank your top 5 games then? Would you say your top 5 games of the CFP have been? Or the 10?
I would say, so I would go number 1, Georgia Ole Miss. I'd say number 2, Alabama, Oklahoma. I'd say number 3, Miami, Ole Miss. I'd probably say number 4, would Ohio State, Miami be?
I forgot about that game. Yeah, I forgot about that game.
Maybe Ohio State, Miami's 4. And then probably Miami and A&M. I'm trying to think of what other one would actually be because not Oregon, Texas Tech.
That was too boring.
Alabama, Indiana was boring. Honestly, the quarterfinal games weren't that great outside of the 2 bookends. The 2 middle games were boring, but the 2 bookends were great.
I'll say this: I liked how they had I'll say this: the two first round games. The 2 first round games are really good. 2 quarterfinal games were really good, and we had throughout the playoff bracket, we had half of each round was good games.
Yeah, which is rare for
football.
For the college football playoff. Last year, none of the first round games were good at all.
Second round games outside of the Peach Bowl.
Yeah.
And then you had the Orange Bowl, or Penn State Notre Dame was really good.
Yep.
those only 2 games I can think of that were good last year.
Jeremy says Indiana's toying with its food. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. It does seem like that. Now, Miami can come out and make a big statement, force a 3 and out, get the ball back to their offense. Or Indiana can control the clock and burn 6 minutes off and score put it in the end zone, and they're up 17-0, and all of a sudden you look up, there's a quarter and a half left in this football game. They've really got a chance to set the tone right here. Indiana does with this drive. And I think this is the perfect, Actually, I was gonna say this is the perfect example of how they've played all season, but it actually is. Like, they have dominated. They've dominated pretty much everybody they played, but we are not very long from this being.
It's like it's ready to burst through the seam pretty soon.
It could be ready to burst. I think this drive will be incredibly telling, right?
Yeah.
Like if they score here, this drive is going to be the difference in this game being 31-3, and this game being 17-10. This drive right here.
Yeah, and let's say this, if they do score, let's say they score a touchdown, it's better how Miami responds. I think it's the first 2 drives, Miami's and Indiana's. That's how I feel.
I don't know, man.
Because if Miami responds,
so.
If Miami responds to a touchdown of their own,
then we're back to a 2-score game.
They're back to a 2-score game, and they have yet to find. They've barely gone past the 50-yard line yet in this game.
I will say, though, we said from the beginning, I'd take Miami plus 8.5.
It's not looking
I don't
too
know
good.
if I'd still take that right now. But I stand strong with what I said earlier. I did say, like, people all week were like, oh, Indiana's going to blow them out. I never really thought that. And as of right now, they have not done that yet. So we'll see if they can continue it on through the second half. Appreciate you guys for being here. We're at 348 likes. Can we get 52 more to get to 400 total as we're about to get this thing kicked off? Miami really missed a big opportunity late in the first half to put 3 points up on the board. That kick was wide right. Indiana's up 10-0, but we got 30 more minutes of football left to be played, so we're putting a bow on the 2025 college football season. Just so hard to stop the RPO when they consistently run it as good as they do. That's all they do. And why wouldn't you, man? It works in college football. Shotgun. Let's start off with a handoff, and he's met behind the line of scrimmage, but somehow Black fights back to the 25, picks up none. Moten on the tackle right there. Moten's had a really, really good game. Man, that defensive line is very, very impressive. Xavier Lucas is returning after that targeting suspension that he got in the second half of the game against Ole Miss. Shotgun from the 25. Miami bring it forward. Mendoza. Pocket collapse, and down he goes. It's Akheem Mesidor on the sack. And Miami coming out strong in this second half. 3rd and 15. Mesidor lines up on the edge. And he just stunts inside, and he's got a free lane to one. Fernando Mendoza. 3rd and 17. 48th sack of the season for Miami. They show the Russian 4. They drop one back. They hand it off. And Black picks up 4. Gets hit. Are they going to call the face mask? This would be detrimental to Miami if so. Oh, no. Oh, face mask on the Hurricanes. 3rd and 17 turns into a fresh set of downs for Indiana. Brutal. Absolutely brutal with the way they started that drive off. Shotgun. Sarratt in motion. Handoff up the middle. Black tackle behind the line of scrimmage. They're not letting that stop them, though. Second and 9. They've not attempted a pass or thrown a pass so far this half. Mendoza finally does. Downfield into double coverage, incomplete. Sarratt was the intended receiver. Good coverage from Miami. They face 3rd down again. The Canes coming out in a big way in the second half defensively. They're saying, we're not out of it. Our defense is what got us here. Our defense is going to bring us back in it. Omar Cooper was wide open. Third and 9. Mendoza dropping back, pocket collapsing. Bain in pursuit. He gets to him, brings him down, sacked. Miami, not just one stop, but 2 on this drive. That's going to bring up 4th down and 17. One-on-one, left tackle on Bain. Bain's going to be playing on Sundays. 9 months from now, he's going to win that battle, and he did right there. Big stop for the Hurricanes. Now, can they do something with it offensively? They were finally able to move the football because they were running the ball again. You got to get back to that. And that's returned at the 20. Toney outside. He's got it. 37-yard line. Wow. We said that drive right there might be the difference in a 50-point game in Indiana's favor. In a game where Miami's got a legitimate chance to win it. Real quick, got to give a big shout-out to our awesome friends over at Prize Picks. The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So, close the season out with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Missing your fantasy team? My league's already over. But with Prize Picks, I don't have to wait until next year's draft to keep playing fantasy. Prize Picks lets you play fantasy football every week, even in the playoffs. Pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections every week. No draft required. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 sports picks app. Speaking of sports picks, here is my lineup for tonight's game. I had the more on Carson Beck pass attempts. They have to throw the ball a lot. They continue to be down this big. Malachi Toney got the more than 5.5 receptions. He has 3. And Omar Cooper got the more than half a rushing or receiving touchdown. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Link to this promo is in the comments and description of today's video. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. 6 subs away from 427,600. Help me get there, ladies and gents. Hit that subscribe button, big red bottom of your screen. right under this video locks you in for daily coverage. NBA, NFL, college football, we've got all of that right here on Chat Sports. We're live for every single game of the college football playoffs. We've been live for every single game of the NFL playoffs as well. Going to continue to do so through the AFC, NFC Championship game. And then, of course, we got the Super Bowl as well. Kevin says, New York Jets, 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 Jets. That's funny because Gage just hit the door, and Gage, Kevin is a Jets fan.
Oh, let's go.
We're back.
That means he's a real fan, Joey. That's a real football fan right there.
Yeah, anybody who admits they like the Jets is a real football fan. Shotgun for Miami. Two receivers to his right. Tight end receiver to the left. Fletcher in the gun with Beck. Good time. Fires. Toney. Picks up 6. A lot of nickel out there for Indiana. Pistol for the Canes. Two receivers to the left. 2nd and 5. So it's going to be a handoff stretch play. Fletcher, he's got the outside. He hits the hole. He's off to the races. 30, 20, 10. They're not going to catch him. Touchdown Miami. We got a ball game, folks. It's all about the U. 57-yard run from the freshman. And this game's wide open. 2 plays, 62 yards, 46 seconds. Miami answers big. Wow. What a run by Mark Fletcher Jr. Turned 18 years old this year. Came to college at 17. He's out there playing against a bunch of grown men, and he just ripped off a 60-yard touchdown run. Stretch. Then he hits the hole. Bad angle by Farrell from Indiana. Great block by C.J. Daniels. That's not going to go in the stat sheet, but he's the reason he was able to make that from a 9-yard run to a 55-yard touchdown run. Wow. All of a sudden, you're thinking, man, Miami, if they make that field goal, it's a whole different ball game, man. What a response. Yeah. Canes, you love it. A lot of people are loving Miami right now. I'm a fan of the Bears. Bear down. White Sox, go. Go White Sox. Bulls, C-Red, Blackhawks, 1 goal. Jayhawks, hashtag Rock Chalk. Let's go Indy. I don't know. Is it just because it rhymes with Jayhawk? That's the question I have. Oh, I am thinking of Malachi Toney. Yeah, Mark Fletcher's 21. Well, it was a cool call. Thank you, Dark Side Dev. I was totally thinking about Malachi Toney. Thank you, 521 Don. Thank you all for keeping me honest. Hey, we're all one big team out here. I'm 7 years older than Malachi Toney. That is crazy to me. So 21, practically a grandfather, yeah. 21, which is still younger than the average age of Indiana at 23, which I will say, people are trying to use that against them. Like, oh, well, everybody on that team's old. Okay, it's college football. You could do that. Like, I don't care about that. No, it doesn't. Dude, we wanted a good game. We might have got one on our hands, Gage. All right, Indiana. How do they respond to that? That's the question. What a start from the defense from Miami, and then the offense turns it into something. $1,100 yards for Fletcher this season. 11 touchdowns, 209 carries. Indiana's going to start in the pistol. Tight end, 2 receivers to the right. They're going to go to their own running back. That's Hemby. He's got a hole. Right off the guard and tackle down to the 40-yard line. Big pickup on first down for the Hoosiers. Shotgun, Mendoza, man in motion, handoff. That's Black. Ooh, might have been a face mask right there. They're not going to call it. He's still going to pick up 4. Yeah, it really, really does. You're not wrong at all. No, Jason, I am not. Who is Colts? Billy? Wow, me and Billy do not look really anything alike, but hey, that's fine. Shotgun. They're going to run it again. Hemby. He's going to pick up half of what he needed. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 3. Third down and 3. Big down right here for Indiana. They can kind of calm the crowd down, get back to their playing their kind of football right here. Or the Canes going to keep on rolling. Shotgun. Trips left. Mendoza, quick pass. Sarratt, in and out of his hands. Ends up finding the turf. They're going to call it incomplete. Bad drop right there by Elijah Sarratt. Just a little hitch. He had the first, and he tried to turn before he caught the football. Then it went over his hands. He caught it again, and then it got hit out. Yeah, that's a bad drop right there by Sarratt. So Mitch McCarthy, the punter from Indiana, is out to punt this football away. Toney's going to fair catch it at the 12. Miami's got a chance to take the lead here. Gage, what do you think happens this drive?
I think Miami's going to ride that offense, give it out to Fletcher a few more times. Now that they see that the run game's working,
yeah,
I see a field goal coming out of this to tie the game.
Field goal?
Yeah.
I don't think they cross the 50.
Okay. You think the defense will start to step up for Indiana?
Jason Zass, you Dolphins guy, great commentary. Watch the Browns. No, I am not. I am. I cover the Ravens, the Packers, and the Tennessee Volunteers. So, just calling it for our main channel tonight. Sorry, say that again. Ask me the question again.
So what makes you think that they won't? Do you think because of the Indiana defense starting to catch up, respond?
Yeah, I think the Indiana defense is just going to respond in a big way right
I
here.
will say I was impressed with how the offensive line stood up in the second drive after how the first drive of the second half, they were dominated. They responded in a great way, I'd say.
Yeah, they really did. They really did. Javier says there's a big storm coming. It's a Category 6 hurricane. Pac-Man Connor says, we at the crib. That's awesome. Thanks, Ty Man. Hey, we got 1,400 people hanging out with us. Who y'all got? Let me know. Is it all about the U or is it all about the IU? Let me know, ladies and gentlemen, down below in the comment section. Appreciate it, Jason. Thanks, man. Hurricanes, the U, go Canes. Javier Alvarez says, stop hating on Miami. I feel like I've been very, very kind to Miami. Micah Cole says, I'm an Arkansas fan, but love good football games. My dad, Arkansas alum. Micah. So, grew up watching a lot of Hogs football, my friend. It's some Canes over here. A lot more Miami fans hanging out with us in the chat than Indiana fans. Mystic MMA said, best ever Tennessee Volunteer besides Peyton Manning is Vince St. Preux. I guess so. Not Reggie White. Storm's coming. Cat 5 hurricane. Let's go Hoosiers. Hoosiers, says Christ is King. First and 10. Pistol for Carson Beck and the Canes. Daniels in motion. They're going to give it to Fletcher. And he's barely going to get past the line of scrimmage. Pumpkin Belly saying IU. A lot of football left to be played. About 23 and a half minutes left on this game. Shotgun trips right from the 12, second and 9. There's a spot right here where I believe they're most likely going to pass. They do. Beck, Toney, incomplete. Just a little bit too low for Carson Beck. Pac-Man said Dade County all day. Third down and 9. They have yet to convert a first down on third down yet. From the 13-yard line, two receivers to his left, tight end receiver to the right. Fletcher in for pass protection. Beck fires. Daniels incomplete. Great coverage from Indiana. 3 and out. And we are back to a defensive ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Mystic says, makes me regret going into an FCS football school. In and out of the hands of Daniels. Not a bad throw by Beck. Pretty decent coverage there by Indiana. Dylan Joyce out to punt this football away. Quick punt at that. What a big leg. That one's going to go out about the 44-yard line. Indiana is going to come out. They got a 3-point lead on Miami. They forced them for a 3-and-out. Javier saying it's all about the U. The best 30 for 30 of all time. Right there. $45 plays tonight for the Hoosiers. Pistol. RPO. Going to tuck it, but watch out. Mesidor brings him down. Loss of 8 on first down for Indiana. Akheem Mesidor with his second sack of the night. You just can't leave him one-on-one. Almost forced a fumble. Great ball control by Mendoza. Wow, really almost saw that ball come out. '50th sack this season for the Hurricanes. Leads FBS. Shotgun, 2 receivers each side. Tight end in motion. It's going to be a handoff. And it's Black still going. Still on his feet. Got 7 of those sack yards back. That's going to be 3rd down and a long 11. Third and 12, shotgun, trips right, receiver to his left, 41-yard line. Mendoza in the gun. Miami showing blitz. Mendoza doesn't like what he sees, changes something at the line. Play clock at 5. Snap is off. Mendoza fires, pass the sticks, incomplete, no flags. Sarratt intended. Sarratt with his second drop of the second half, both of them on 3rd down. Was that PI? Both hand fighting. Frederique is a little bit handsy. Shane says, Vol for life. VFL, how about Jamal Lewis or Al Wilson for great Vol players? Great Vol players. But I feel like if you're going to go second best after Payton, it's got to be the Minister defense. It's got to be Reggie, man. But Toney returns it to the 7. But Al Wilson was awesome. I was very lucky. I worked for the football team my junior year of college, so the 2021 season. And Al Wilson came and broke down the locker room like with a speech, and it was pretty sweet. So, yeah, that could have been, I feel like that could have been called for PI. A little bit handsy from Frederique. He'd kind of been like that all night, though. I think it's a fine non-call. I think if it wouldn't have gotten, I'm not mad that it didn't get called, but if it would have gotten called, I would have been mad that it did get called. Look, man, I don't mind them letting them play a little bit in the national title game. Hey, we are 17 likes away from 400 likes, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. 17 more people. That is all we need. Now we need 5 more. Let's keep it going. If you love college football, hit that thumbs up button. Javier all over Miami. Mr. J. Gomez says refs are blind. Jamie says Miami home game. 433 likes. We're 67 away from 500. Let's go. Kevin getting those red and white hearts in. Pulling for IU. So, Miami's going to get the ball back at like the 7-yard line. 6.5 minutes left in this quarter. The first and third quarters have gone by decently slow. However, the second quarter was pretty quick. Yeah, I would say so, Phil. It does feel like that a little bit, especially if they can get a couple first downs here, then they'll definitely have it. But if they go to 3 and out again, yeah, really. Indiana a win away from 16-0. First 16-0 season in college football history. Handoff, Fletcher. Running over Fisher from the Hoosiers. And he's going to pick up about 3 yards. Empty, trips left, bunch. Oh, incomplete, broken up. Great coverage there. They had trips left. They faked the little screen to Toney, and we're going to go with a slant sitting in the middle of the zone, and it was a great pass breakup, almost intercepted. Third and 7. 0 for 7 on third downs. Still have yet to convert. Fires, middle, Toney trying to break tackles, can't. 4th down and short. And that's another third down they don't get. They're not going to go for it on 4th down. There's no way. They've got it like the 16-yard line. So nice 3 and out there by Indiana. And the biggest thing for them for getting that stop right there was the possibility of getting the ball back in good field position as well. It's blocked! It's blocked! Indiana falls on it in the end zone. Touchdown! Hoosiers! And this game turns right back over. They do everything at a peak level. Offense, defense, special teams. And that part of the football game just came up big. Wow. And Miami fans are stunned. Just when it felt like they were getting back in this football game, they follow it with 2 straight 3 and outs, and then a punt that gets blocked and recovered in the end zone. And they're an extra point away from going up 10. Oh! doinks through. Wow. What a play right there by Indiana. Puts the left paw up. Blocks it. Just whiff on the block from 87 in Miami. And Kurt Cignetti does not even crack a smile. Fernando Mendoza does, though. Miami's going to have a chance to get momentum back on their side. Kick is caught at the 5. Great coverage by Indiana. They only get it back to the 17-yard line. This is a big drive for Carson Beck. Maybe the most important in his career of college football so far. Miami's going to start in the pistol. They cannot abandon the run. They're just down 10. 2 scores. Still got 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Play action. Beck. Just got to check it down. Fletcher. It's caught. Still on his feet. Down to the 27-yard line. Second down and short. Good play from Carson Beck. You don't need to force anything right now. If nothing's deep downfield, take your check down. Let's keep moving these chains. Let's keep this drive going. Stay out of second and third and long. Handoff, Fletcher outside. He's got it, cuts it up. Stiff arms, 35, 37. Fletcher putting the team on his back. There's a reason Miami is 0 for 7 so far on third down. It's because they're getting themselves in the situations where they're getting third down and long. Great run there by Fletcher. Great drive here by the Hurricanes. 3 plays. Fake pitch. Beck. Got a man on a wheel route. It is blown up. Pons made the play. Great ball by Beck. The wheel route was there, and Pons said, no, sir. Way to be physical, man. Just blew that play up. Forced the incompletion. Great layered throw by Carson Beck. And 87 couldn't bring it in. Second and 10. Handoff. Still on his feet down to the 40. That's going to bring up third down and 6.5. And here we go, man. It's going to come down to third down and long. But it has pretty much all game long for Miami. They haven't been able to convert one yet. Third and 6. Beck in the gun. 2 receivers to his left. 2 to his right as well. Indiana brings 5. Beck steps up. Now rolling out to his right. Now cuts back to his left. Finds a pocket. Delivers a throw. Daniels caught. Still on his feet. Down to the 35. What a play by Carson Beck to keep that play going. First third down conversion of the game. Great pass protection from the offensive line, from the running back as well. And great scramble drill there by C.J. Daniels to know, hey, look, my quarterback's moving. I'm going to break off from my route. I just got to get open here. He does, and Beck delivers a good throw. First and 10, they're on the 35. Beck in the gun, trips right. Fake screen, jailbreak to the left side. It's caught, but they say the knee's down. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, man, if that's a better throw, that's a big gain right there. That's a bad miss. Still a gain of 1, but what could have been, man. 119 yards so far for the Canes in the second half, almost double what they did in the first. Toney in motion. It's going to be a screen to him. He's got the first down and more. 20, 15, down to the 11-yard line. What a play by baby Jesus. Motion to a screen. RPO, great read by Beck. Great ball. And Toney does the rest. They're inside the Prize Picks red zone. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Minute left in this quarter. Four minutes on this drive. 4 seconds left on the play clock. Pistol. Jumbo set. Handoff. Fletcher up the middle. Finds 3 yards out of nothing. They're inside the 10. Probably one more play left in this half, or excuse me, in this quarter, before we get down to the final 15 minutes of this season. 68% red zone touchdown percentage. It's good enough for 4th best in the ACC this year. Beck in the gun, tight end in motion. They're going to hand off to Fletcher again. Breaking tackle, still going. Down to the 3-yard line. And they're going to mark him a yard short of the first down. And that's going to take us into the fourth quarter. Everybody spam those fours, ladies and gentlemen. We got a game on our hands. 15 minutes left to be played. Miami down 10, but they are 12 feet away from finding the end zone, being down 1 score. Can Indiana finish these final 15 minutes? Can they hoist a national championship trophy for the first time ever? Can they go 16-0, undefeated, first time ever? A team's gone 16-0, or can Miami make it through the gauntlet of Ohio State and company, A&M, Ole Miss, and now Indiana? Hey, Gage, I got to go to the restroom real quick. I'm going to be so fast. If you could just take over for half a second, I'll do my sprint and be back in a little.
All right, guys, fourth quarter. All on the marbles now. All the marbles out here. Come on. Put those fours down below. Miami looking to make a comeback of the century right now. Not really of the century, but trying to make the biggest comeback against probably the biggest teams in college football this season. A 10-point deficit right now, and they are on the doorstep of making it a 3-point game. Meanwhile, Indiana looking to make history of their own, winning their first national title in program history in football. Come on, spam your fours. One more quarter of football. One more quarter of college football for the 2025 season. Get those fours down below. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it going. If you want the Canes to make a comeback, type those fours down below. If you want Indiana to pull away and find a way to close out the deal in the closing minutes, type those fours below. Let's get those fours going. Come on, come on, come on. You go for it 4th down, says Michael Eagle. I cannot agree more. Take advantage of it. Take advantage of it. And that was the quickest.
You'd go for it on 4th?
Someone was saying you would go for it on 4th.
What would you do?
Depending on the yardage, if it was that situation, I would go for it. I would trust my O-line, baby. I would trust my O-line.
If it's 4th and 1, I think I'm kicking. I think I am.
Here's my thing. I would say if you don't make it, you have like the goal line. Your defensive line's been phenomenal. They've sacked Mendoza before.
Yeah, that's fair.
If you get a safety out of it, It'll be 17-9. You get the ball back. You get a touchdown out of that.
Yeah, but you haven't been one score since like halfway through the first quarter.
True.
You haven't been down one score. I don't know, man. I don't think I'd go for it. But I also, if they do, I'd say, hell yeah, let's do it, man. 15 minutes left. That's all we've got in the 2025 college football season, the 2026 college football playoffs. It's going to be third down and short. Is this four-down territory? That's the big question. I believe it might be for Mario Cristobal and company. 9 plays, 78 yards, 5 minutes. It's a long 1 yard, about a yard and a half. Beck's under center. Toney in motion. Fake pitch to him. Handoff, Fletcher, cut, touchdown. Miami cuts it down to 3. Fletcher's second of the night. Great play call and play design by Shannon Dawson. And we're 3 seconds in to this fourth quarter, and we have got a game, ladies and gentlemen. Ten plays, 81 yards, 5-minute drive. Good, really, really good response right there by the Miami Hurricanes. And that point after is good. Fletcher. Big reason Miami's winning this only down 3 in this football game. We talked about it all first half long, Gage. For some reason, they've been going away from Mark Fletcher. They'd stop running the football. They finally go back to him. Love that play call down there at the goal line. Really do. That is a good point. We do have to remember that 7 of Indiana's points have come from the block punt touchdown. Only points they've scored so far in this second half. Miami's defense has done a really good job of holding the Heisman winner at bay. And this ball is kicked off. Indiana, for the first time in a long time, feels like the momentum might be with the home team. They're not going to go down without a fight. They're 15-0 for a reason. I will say this, Gage. Is there a little part of you that I don't want to say is concerned, but I will say this. Miami has not been in a lot of these one-score games this year. They've really only been in 2 of them. Ohio State and Penn State. So I believe that, in these tight matchups, that might be advantage Miami. Now, Indiana's probably too good of a team for that to even matter, but I do think that does matter, is that this is only the 3rd time this season where we're in the 4th quarter and they're barely winning. Shotgun, 25-yard line. Mendoza hands it off. Black picks up about 2.5. He's thrown down. Jacoby Thomas, Mesidor, and Smith on the tackle. Oh, yeah, that's true, Kevin. Beat Iowa with about a minute left, 20-15. Shotgun for Indiana, 2nd and 8. Mendoza looking to his left, would not be surprised if that's where he goes. He hands it off. Black breaking tackles down across the 40-yard line. Big run right there from Black for Indiana. Boom, arm tackle, missed him, arm tackle, missed him, arm tackle, almost missed him. Good run right there by number 8 in red. Kaelon Black, 6 yards of carry tonight. Shotgun for Indiana. RPO, Mendoza. Dangerous throw, broken up. Sarratt was the intended receiver. If I am Mendoza, I'm going to stop targeting Elijah Sarratt. Oh, it actually was Omar Cooper there. It was not Sarratt. Ooh, what a play there. He gets 2 hands in front of that. That's 6 for Miami, dude. Shotgun for the Hoosiers. Trips left bunch. At the 40-yard line, 2nd and 10. Mendoza yet to complete a pass in this half. He just does right there. It's Omar Cooper. Great blocks. First down and more. Down to the 41-yard line. Moving the chains for Indiana. Just let him get a completion. Quick screen to Cooper and an unbelievable blocking by Nowakowski, and Sarratt. Omar Cooper does the rest. Mendoza now 1 for 5 on this side of halftime for the 42-yard line shotgun. Cooper in motion. Play action. Mendoza steps up in the pocket, uses his legs. He's able to get a yard. Great play right there by Mendoza to see the pocket was collapsing from the very beginning. Those Miami defensive linemen making his life hell in this half. Rueben Bain, Akheem Mesidor, Moten. They're all giving him problems, and for good reason. Mesidor, Moten, and Bain, all 3 of those came down with the tackle right there. Still impressive play by 15 in red to get something out of nothing. 41-yard line. Mendoza in the gun. Handoff. Hemby. He's going to stumble forward for about a gain of 4. It's going to set up 3rd down and 5. Big down right here by Indiana. Corey Heatherman, Miami's defensive coordinator. Big play right here. 0 for 3 on 3rd downs in the second half. 4 for 10 in the game. 40%. Trips right. Shotgun. Got one-on-one coverage top of your screen. Mendoza. He's going to go deep. Cooper didn't see it. Incomplete. He had him. Just looked too late. 4th and 5. What do they do here? They're kind of in a weird no-man's zone. Oh, man. Cooper had him beat. Possibly could have been holding. Oh, yeah. That should have been holding. They're going to go for it on 4th and 5. From Miami's 37-yard line. Would be a 54-yarder. They obviously don't have faith in their kicker. Cignetti calls a timeout. You go for it on 4th and 5, Gage, you kick it. You go for it? I think I'd go for it as well. 54-yard line. I don't know if I trust that either. I'm probably going for it. Yeah, seriously, or the OU one, who, funny enough, actually sucked in the playoff. What would y'all do? Go for it, yes or no, down below. We're also 21 likes away from 500. Why wouldn't I kick? Because it's 54 yards and they're college kickers. College kickers suck. Everything's worse at that level, Gage. What's not? Yeah, because everybody sucks. Yeah, I'm going for it. Look, I'm type G for go, K for kick. A lot of people channeling their inner Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson, looking to go for it. Thanks, Justin. I appreciate that, my friend. Halfley going to Miami. Man, that's going to be a miss for the Green Bay Packers. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. Could be a big stop for Corey Heatherman in this Miami Hurricanes defense. Or it could be a statement by Indiana, Kurt Cignetti, Fernando Mendoza, and company. Y'all let me know who you got, Miami or Indiana. 32 votes so far. Indiana's winning. We said very beginning we'd take Miami plus 8.5, man. Yeah, under sitting about what, 48.5? And they're at 31. Yeah, under's going to most likely hit comfortably. All right, we're back. 4th and 5. Mendoza trotting out to the field. They're going to go for it. They need 15 feet right here. Feels like a big, big moment for the Indiana Hoosiers in the 2025 season. Big moment for the Miami Hurricanes. Big moment in this game. First 4th down attempt in the college football playoff this season for the Indiana Hoosiers. They just haven't needed to. They've been up by too much. I think this is the right call. Mendoza, shotgun. Looking left, looking right, fires deep down the field, caught! Charlie Becker, comeback, perfect throw. What a play by Becker. Wow, back shoulder, falling down, gets a foot, a butt, and an elbow inbounds. That's a catch on Sundays, ladies and gentlemen. What a throw by Mendoza. What an adjustment by Becker to come down with it. They've entered the Prize Picks red zone. 2 tight ends, 2 receivers to his left. They're going to go back to the running game with Black. He's going to pick up 5. Indiana's inside the 15-yard line. So Mendoza started off this second half really, really slowly. Started 0 for 4. Took him 5 throws to get his first completion. He's catching fire. At the 14-yard line, 2nd and 5. Sarratt in motion. They're going to hand it off again to Black. It's a muddy middle of the field. He's got to get 2. Maybe. Probably about 1.5 yards. We're under 10 minutes left in this ball game. Indiana looking to go back up 10 points. Which would be a dagger for Miami, who has seemed to finally be crawling themselves back in this football game. Feels like they're one of those. Feels like they're just constantly trying to swim to the surface, get air. Indiana keeps pulling them under. Can they deliver a shot right here? 3rd and 5. Shotgun. Mendoza fires. End zone. Too high, incomplete. Good coverage. Now this field goal is 28 yards. A lot easier than a 54-yarder that they went for it earlier. Man, these Miami corners are handsy, man. They are handsy. I'm kicking it here if I'm them. And that's exactly what Kurt Cignetti is doing. He's going to call timeout, though. Are you going for it here, Gage, or are you kicking it? I'm kicking it as well. Chip shot. I forgot about the missed field goal. Easily could be a tie game. (17-14), 4th and 5, 9:27 left. Indiana's going to go for it. This drive has lasted 11 plays, 63 yards, 5.5 minutes. They're not comfortable going up just 6. They want to go up 10. They're saying, we got the Heisman Trophy winner on our team. We got Heisman Mendoza. We got 15. We got Fernando. From the 11-yard line. 4th and 5. One for one so far on 4th down. That came on this drive. Shotgun. 2 receivers each side. From the 13. Drops back. He's going to tuck it. Tries to make a man miss. 1st down. Mendoza still on his feet. Dives. End zone. Touchdown. What a play by the Heisman Trophy winner who might have just had another Heisman moment. Oh my goodness. In crunch time, Kurt Cignetti goes to his guy, who's tough as nails, lays out, absorbs the hit, crosses the plane, keeps possession, and IU finds the end zone for the 3rd time tonight. And their first offensive touchdown this half. Man, QB sneak, cuts to his right, trucks somebody, spins, dives. Dude, those are the kind of plays you make in the backyard. Wow. That was unbelievable. That's going to be replayed everywhere if Indiana ends up winning this football game. I know a way you can win every single day. That's with our friends over at Prize Picks. The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So, close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Missing your fantasy team? My league's already over, but with Prize Picks, I don't have to wait until next year's draft to keep playing fantasy. Prize Picks lets you play fantasy football every week, even in the playoffs. Pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections every week. No draft required. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 sports picks app. Here is my Prize Picks lineup. I took the more on Carson Beck. 29.5 pass attempts. Probably going to see a lot more pass attempts from him around this game out. I have the more on Malachi Toney. 5.5 receptions. Probably sitting around 5 right now for number 10. And then I've got the more on Omar Cooper for half a receiving touchdown. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Link to this promo is in the comments and description of today's video. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Shout out to all of you guys who have subscribed today. Appreciate you guys. Make sure, if you have not yet, to join us for college football coverage all off-season long right here at Chat Sports. If you like the NFL, if you like the NBA, if you like college football, this is your one-stop shop for everything. We are 64 subs away from 427,700. So help me out. Hit that big red sub button. It is free. Another thing that's free to do is hit that like button as well. We are 76 likes away from 600. Now 75. Help me out. Hit that thumbs up button. Let's get there. I cannot wait for Fernando Mendoza's post-game speech. So definitely enough time on the clock for Miami to come back into this one. But they need to score right here. Yep, even if it's just 3. Yeah. Cuts. Right. Spins. Trucks. Dives. Dude. What a play by Mendoza, dude. Tough as nails. Athletic. And they kick this away. It's going to be returned from the 3-yard line. And he's going to be rocked at the 19. Flag. That's going to set this drive back a little bit more. Game's far from over for Miami. Their offense has looked much better this half. This game is actually tied since the second half. And Indiana even got a punt block for a touchdown. Holding. Receiving team. 10 yards. They're going to start this one from the 9-yard line. That's awesome. Alrighty, see if their defense can come up with a big stop, or is Miami proven they're still in this football game? 1st and 10 coming up. Beck in the pistol. Trips right, bunch. He's got to be smart this drive. No mistakes. From number 11 in white, orange, and green. Beck scanning, checking it down. Malachi Toney, never a bad idea. Breaking tackles. And he's going to be just short of the first down. We're under 9 minutes left in this ballgame. Every second counts. Miami got to turn this drive into points. Shotgun. Beck, Fletcher in the shotgun with him. Hand it off to the back. Patient run. He gets the first down. He's going to get to the 20-yard line. Mendoza, 14 for 25, 153 yards with the rushing touchdown. They're at the 20, 80 yards from the end zone. Trips left, Toney in motion. Fletcher in the backfield with Beck. Ball snap. Fake screen. Beck looking for something deep. All the time in the world. Great protection. Tries a deep completion. A Marion incomplete. Good coverage right there by Miami. Or excuse me, by Indiana. Second and 10. It's a big down right here. They've not done well on third downs because they're leaving themselves with really long opportunities. Can they convert here, or can they at least make third down manageable? Indiana loading up the line of scrimmage. They only ring 4, though. Beck, happy feet. He's going to go deep. Marion intended. And it's caught! Oh, they're calling it incomplete. Oh, my gosh, I want to see a replay. Would have been an unbelievable play by Marion. Let's see. Yep, incomplete. So now it's 3rd and 10. Again, I don't love that play right there. Don't need to go for it all on second down. Just keep the chains moving. You're under 8 minutes left in this ball game. You're down 10. Trips right. False start on Miami. They're going to move back 5. 3rd and 15 now. I believe it was Toney in the slot. They can put it on the offensive lineman. Third and 15. Shotgun. Two receivers to the left, tight end. Now in motion to the right. Indiana brings a cornerback blitz. Beck fires, hits his man. First down. What a play by the Hurricanes. This drive keeps moving. Third and 15. Wow. Keeping the season alive for Miami. They got the ball at the 37. Stacks to the left and right. Beck fires. Toney slant. He's still going. Dangerous in the open field. Still on his feet. And he's inside the 25-yard line. Miami's not going away easy. And I mean, zone coverage, easy pitch and catch. Toney does the rest. Got to get it to number 10, man. He's a game-changing player. 93 yards on the day for him, 8 catches. Shotgun. 2 receivers each side. Drop it back. Beck. Got time. Checks it down. Up in the air, incomplete. So it's going to be second down and 10. Only one run, 8 passes on this drive. Back in the shotgun. Little jet pass to Toney. He's got blockers. He's still on his feet, spinning, and he finds the end zone. Baby Jesus for 6. Miami's still in this thing. 22-yard rush. What a drive. What a response. What a play call. What a game. 91 yards. 6.5 minutes left. Indiana, they're going to get a chance to respond again. But what a necessary drive right there by the Miami Hurricanes. Gage, we are allergic to bad football games, man. 6.5 minutes left in this ball game. Third score after half. It's been Fletcher, Toney. They're 2 stars, 2 biggest impact players, man. Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games. That's the story of the sport. Always has been, always will be. Look at what Mendoza did on that last drive. Look at what Carson Beck did on 3rd and 15. Look at what Toney did in 2 of those plays. What a response from Miami, Gage.
Kind of funny because you're talking like 5 minutes ago about this game might hit the under. Now might hit the over at
now
45
it's what,
points.
45 points?
Yeah, might hit the over.
Yeah, over's looking pretty decent right now.
And something that's going to probably loom large for Miami as this game goes on is that missed field goal.
Yeah, the missed field goal is going to loom very, very large. For sure. One that clanked off the right post. $2,000 people watching. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like the video. Do you want your team to win this ball game? Hit that thumbs up button. 562 likes. Let's get that to 650. What a game, man. This is all we wanted, Gage. It's a good football game. That's what we've got, baby. That's what we've got. So how does Mendoza respond? That's the big question right here. How does Kurt Cignetti respond? They responded in a big way on their last drive. It wasn't enough. Who else would you want the ball in their hands other than the Heisman Trophy winner? But Corey had them in the Miami Hurricanes. Their defense has come up clutch at points in this ball game.
This is probably the most fitting way to end probably one of the best college football playoff series.
Yeah, it's been great, man.
I love it.
It has been great.
Nail biters throughout this playoffs.
6 likes away from 600. Let's go. So who do you go right here? Who do you go to if you're Indiana? I'm going to Omar Cooper. I'm going to Omar Cooper big time. Same guy you went to right there. Biggest moment of your season. At Penn State. Best catch of the year. Yep. Becker's been great tonight too. Go to Becker, man. It's been a half full of answers. Been a half full of back and forths. Indiana starts off with a 3 and out. Miami scores a touchdown. Indiana blocks a punt. Takes it for 6. Miami scores a touchdown. Shotgun. 2 receivers tied into the left. They're going to go Hemby out of the gun. He gets 3 yards. .6:20 left in this ball game. 2nd down and 7. Indiana's got 1 timeout left. The Miami Hurricanes, they got 3. Mendoza in the gun. Now in the pistol. Tied in, 2 receivers to his right. 28-yard line. Mendoza, handoff. Black cuts it up. He's met by Rueben Bain, brought down after about a gain of 2.5. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 5. Gosh, Bain just sets the edge. Throws the tight end off of him and makes the play. Violence, that's what he plays with. 3rd down and 5. 4.5. 5:20 left in this ball game. Becker's in the slot. Indiana hasn't converted a 3rd down this half. Cooper in motion. Looking at him. He's got a 1st down to the 43-yard line. What a play right there by Mendoza, Cooper, and Cignetti. They run that to see what they're in. They're in zone, it looks like. They know Cooper is going to be open if they run him a little bit in the flat. So they do that. They hit him, and he converts. We said, hey, biggest moments, go to Cooper. Go to Cooper. They do it right there. 45-yard line, shotgun. Cooper in motion. They're going to hand it off. They're going to go to Black. And he's got it to the 50. Good gain of 5 for the tailback.
Now, if you're Miami, when do you think it'd be probably time to call your timeouts?
It's a good question. I'd start maybe, that's hard. I think it depends on what happens on this down. 2nd and 5. Mendoza in the gun. Nowakowski in the backfield at tight end. Black, handoff. He's going nowhere. He loses 3. Third down and 7. This Canes defense is barreling down when they need to the most. Linebacker shoots the gap, makes the play. Bain there to help him clean it up. 3rd and 7 on the 47. This is a big down right here for both teams. Obviously, shotgun. Trips right. Mendoza making changes at the line. We got 8 seconds left on the play clock. Miami sends only 3. Fernando, deep, down the field. Charlie Becker comes up again with a clutch catch and a first down, Indiana. In the biggest moments, what it's been for Indiana is just Charlie Becker's going to make a play. Let's throw it up. Let's have him come back to the football and come down with a catch. He's done it both times. What a play there by Becker. Converting on 3rd and 7. They hadn't converted a 3rd down this entire half. They do it twice on this drive. 1 from 5, 1 from 7. Pistol. Black. Handoff. Stretch. Nobody in front of him. Stiff arm. First down, Indiana. He does go out of bounds. Good stretch play right there by Indiana. What a great block by Omar Cooper on Jacoby Thomas. Not an easy guy to meet and block. That's going to bring us to the 2-minute warning. 120 seconds left of college football. Till 8 months of nothing, ladies and gentlemen. Here's where you start using your timeouts if you're Miami. Is right. It's been a half full of responses, both defensively and offensively. And now we're here. We're about to be under the 2-minute warning. Indiana's got a fresh set of downs. 1 first down, depending how quickly they get it. 2 first downs. This thing's over. They're national champions. This is the time where Miami battens down and tries to rely on what they've relied on all season long. It's that defense. Can you out-physical them on the line of scrimmage? Can your D-line make a stop? Can they get a sack? Can they get a stop in the run? Tackle for loss. This is where it's important to win in the trenches. Who's going to do that? We know where Indiana's going to go with the football. It's going to be Black. They're going to run the football here. 2 first downs. This game is over. But if you're either of these football teams, what more could you want it to come down to? Like if you're Miami and you wanted one side of the football to be on the field to try to help you win a football game, you'd help your defense. If you were Indiana and you wanted one side of the football to be on the field to win you a football game, to win you a national championship, you'd want it to be your offense. You'd want it to be Fernando Mendoza. Mano y mano. Let's line up, spot the ball. Let's play football. Who wants to win a national championship? That's what it's coming down to right here. Who wants to hoist up that trophy? That's what it's coming down to right here. This is what you work for since spring ball, since March, April, fall camp in July and August. Week 1. Conference championship weekend. The playoff games. It all comes down to this. Every single second. Who's going to make a play? That's what it comes down to. We've seen all year long. Whoever wins these football games, man, at big moments, you can throw away the first 58 minutes. Who's going to win those last 2? Who's going to make a play late? That's who wins national championships. Hey, make sure to hit that thumbs up button, man. Hit that thumbs up button if you love college football. They got the ball at the 23. They ran it 5 times this drive. They're not going to stop anytime soon. Shotgun. Handoff. Hemby up the middle. Easy. Gain of 9. And honestly, that's great for Indiana that he didn't get that first down. Miami's going to burn a timeout. Dude. That means if they get a first down right here. Okay. So, minute 54, Miami banged the timeout. They get the first down right here. Miami hits another one. They got 3 plays to burn what? It wouldn't be enough yet. $2,770 people. Let's get 32 more likes, ladies and gentlemen. Minute 56. And this game really came down to Charlie Becker making 2 unbelievable catches on the right side of the football field. Both of them one-on-one with 24. Second and 1 from the 12. Carson Beck can't believe it. Now he's got to go get a real job. No more play in school for him. First down pretty much wraps this thing up. 3 feet for a national championship for 16-0. Hemby in the backfield. Miami loads up the line of scrimmage. Flag. Looks like that might be a false start on Indiana. Big mistake right there from the Hoosiers. The very uncharacteristic. Wow. False start, loss of 5. So instead of 2nd and 1, it was a left tackle. It's going to be 2nd and 6. And this is a different bowl game now. Trips left. Hemby in the backfield. Miami still loading up the line of scrimmage. And it was a good call to do so because Hemby only gets 1. Cristobal burns the timeout. That's going to set up 3rd down and 5. And they got 1 timeout left. They get the first down right here. This game is over, Gage Kilborn. Indiana's national champions with a first down right here. They get a stop. They give their offense a chance. What more could you want? The crazy thing is special teams is what won this game. You got the missed field goal for Miami. You got the blocked punt for a touchdown for Indiana. That's a 10-point swing right there, man. All righty. Make sure to hit that thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. 35. It all comes down to this. Let me ask you this, Gage. If it's 4th and 1, are you going for it?
Abso-freaking-lutely, I
Gage
would.
is going for it on 4th and 1. I got a feeling Kurt Cignetti feels the same way. Hell, I think if it's 4th and 3, Kurt Cignetti might go for it. They got the ball at the 18, minute 50. Miami, only 1 timeout left. So if Indiana converts right here, this ball game's over. Pistol, Mendoza. He's got Black in the backfield with him. Handoff, stretch. And he stopped at the line of scrimmage. Miami makes a stop. They might get another shot with the ball in their hands. Miami burns their final timeout. The defensive line, we highlighted it going into this ball game, said this was going to be a key to victory. What a play by the linebackers, too, for Miami as well. Wow, 2nd and 1. False start moves them back, and it costs them the drive, maybe the game and a national championship. So they're going to kick the field goal. It's going to be a 34-yarder. He's 1 for 1 on field goals tonight. That one from 34, this one from 35. To make it a 6-point game, Miami needed a touchdown. Could not be more center of the field. Snap, good. Hold, good. Kick, up, and it's good. Indiana goes up 6. Miami and Carson Beck are going to have a chance, ladies and gentlemen. And this feels like, you know what it feels like is about to happen, Gage? Nope, Carson Beck pick. That's what it feels like is about to happen.
I feel pick 6 coming. I'm not going to lie.
We will see, man. But Miami has what they want, what they begged for, a shot. A shot late in the game. You paid $4 million to get Carson Beck down to Coral Gables. Can he lead you on a $4 million drive for a national championship? Touchdown, you win it. Indiana, make a stop, they win it. You could throw out the first 58 minutes of this football game. This is all that matters. This is all it comes down to. The kick is off, and it's not going to get returned. Carson Beck has been big late in these postseason games. His scramble for a touchdown late in the semifinal is what sealed the deal against Ole Miss. Can he do it again? Can he come up clutch again? No timeouts, minute 42 left on the clock. Indiana's defense has been phenomenal all season long. Can they be the part of the football field that wins this football game for them? Trips left, bunch. What? Delay of game, wow. Not a good start to this drive for Miami. Wow. Mario Cristobal is upset about something. I don't know how he can be upset about anything. He can't call a timeout. I don't know how he should be upset about anything other than his 7 years of experience college football quarterback not getting them set in the playoff in time. It's a home game for Miami, but it sounds like we are in Bloomington. Shotgun. Back, dropping back. Pocket collapsing. And he's just going to pitch it forward. Incomplete. Tied in was the intended receiver. Pocket collapsed quickly. Indiana's defensive line doing something they haven't really been able to do a lot this football game is put extreme pressure on Beck. For the most part, it feels like Miami's offensive line has done a really good job at protecting him, giving him time to throw, but Indiana got to him quickly there. 2nd and 15, minute 36 left. Shotgun trips right. Toney in motion. They're going to look to get the ball to number 10. Beck fires, and it's behind him. C.J. Daniels, intended receiver. Beck got lit up, but there's a flag. It's going to be targeting. We're roughing the passer. First down. It was about to be 3rd and 15 for the Hurricanes. Now it is 1st and 10. What a massive mistake. And they've done something, back-to-back drives, very uncharacteristic of Indiana. The big sticking point for the Hoosiers, the big thing they held their hat on was, hey, we don't make mistakes. We operate at peak efficiency. Well, the false start on 2nd and 1 last drive, that backed them up. They couldn't get the first down. That roughing the passer's massive right now. Now they got it 35. Shotgun snap. Beck checks it down. Complete. First down. Across the 45-yard line. Clock stops. Wait until the chains get moved. Nice little check down right there. Get the ball moving for Beck. Clock starts again. 2 receivers each side. Shotgun. 46-yard line. Indiana brings forward. Beck has time. Pumps. Fires. And the catch is made. Unbelievable catch by Malachi Toney. They pick up 7, but the clock keeps running. We could not ask for a better end to the college football season than what we're getting right here. 2 receivers each side. They've crossed the 50 at the 47. Beck, quick pass, outside, C.J. Daniels. Stays in bounds, but he's down to the 41-yard line. They don't need to get in field goal range. They need to get in the end zone. They're down 6. We're under a minute left. Mendoza looking on, saying his Hail Marys. And timeout, Indiana. Kurt Cignetti wanted a breather for his defense. And Miami's 41 yards away from punching it in the end zone and winning their first national championship in over 2 decades. Or will the Hoosiers come up with a stop and win their first national championship of all time? You got 51 seconds left. No timeouts either side. Y'all hit that thumbs up button if you love college football. 71 more likes to get to 800 total. 4,200 people watching. Make sure you hit that subscribe button right now. 1st and 10. 51 seconds left. No timeouts either side. Beck in the shotgun. Two receivers and a tight end to his right. Beck fires deep, and it's picked. I called it. The season ends with a Carson Beck interception, and the Indiana Hoosiers are going to win their first ever national championship. 16-0. The first time that's ever been done. Undefeated. And Kurt Cignetti makes the greatest turnaround in college football history happen. The Indiana Hoosiers are at the top of the sport, and right now it looks like there is nothing taking them down from the mountaintop. A Carson Beck interception was the easiest thing to call in the history of college football. Tried to find Marion. So it looks like Indiana they're in cover 2, and he just doesn't see the deep safety. And I don't even know, because 22 is the one that made the play. Wow. Indiana, all they're going to do is kneel this one down. They got one kneel. They need one more. This shows you that if you get the head coach higher right, you could do anything in the world. This team in 2023 was this team in 2023 was 3-9, and now they just went 16-0, had a Heisman winner, and just won the national championship. Kurt Cignetti, Fernando Mendoza, and the Indiana Hoosiers have done the unthinkable. They were 2-10 in 2021. They were 3-9 in 2023. And they just completed the first 16-0 season in the history of our sport. Undefeated, national champions. What a turnaround for the Hoosiers. Oh my goodness. And for the first time ever, the Indiana Hoosiers are national champions. Unfreaking believable. And Kurt Cignetti might be the best coach in college football right now. That might be recency bias. You could call it what you want. He just took an Indiana team that won 3 games 2 seasons ago to a perfect year. What a hire. What a season. What a team, man. What a freaking team. And, man, all the credit in the world to the Miami Hurricanes. What a game played by them, down 10 at halftime. They let up a punt, blocked for a kick. Special teams was the difference, man. It was the difference. From JMU to Indiana to the top of the mountain in college football. Fernando Mendoza, gutsy performance. It's not going to be one of those that's talked about for generations, but, man, he got beat up all night long, kept getting back to his feet, made clutch throws, made that awesome run. Hemby and Black, great 1-2 punch out of the backfield, and here's the moment we've all been waiting for, the Fernando Mendoza post-game speech. Let's hear it. Oh, man, he never disappoints. Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate it. Wow. Miami fought back. They didn't go away quietly. They didn't go away easily. Indiana kept trying to deliver knockout punches, and Miami just kept getting up from the canvas, kept swinging themselves. They gave themselves a drive, and their $4 million quarterback couldn't get it done. What a game, man. What a freaking ball game. Miami's going to continue to have good teams, good rosters. Indiana's going to continue to have good teams and good rosters. And the Indiana Hoosiers are national champions. Imagine, Gage, if somebody told you that 730 days ago, that the Indiana Hoosiers would be national champions.
It's funny you mentioned that because that 23 team, that was back when they had the Big Ten was split into the two divisions. And so, me being a Penn State fan, I watched them play and pretty much dominate against Indiana. If you would have said that to me back then, that they'll eventually win the national title in 2 years from that time, I would not have believed you. I would have laughed in your face because I didn't think they would get it done. And last year when they had that crazy run to the playoff, I thought, okay, that was a fluke season. But how they backed it up to not only make it to the playoff again and prove that they belong, but to dominate every asset of the game to get to where they are, I think that they have to get their flowers where it needs to be.
Well, dude, it's like I said at the beginning, if they're able to get it done, which they did, I said, look, this is going to be the second most impressive feat this century of college football. I think number one, you talk about when you ask, hey, when I'm 80 years old and my grandkids are sitting down, they're asking me, Grandpa, tell me about the first 25 years of college football in the 21st century. The first story you tell is Nick Saban and his dominance for almost 2 decades at Alabama. The second story you tell is Kurt Cignetti taking the Indiana Hoosiers, a team who won 3 games 2 years ago, to the mountaintop of this sport, man. Unfreaking real.
They just showed a stat, Joey, that Indiana's the second team in college football history to go 16-0.
Behind Yale in
Yale,
1800s.
1894, yeah. 1894, the Yale football team. I think that was led by Walter Camp back then in those years. But one thing that I got to say that's my big question I have is, do you think that I know the college football landscape is starting to change. Do you think this is going to make it shift into more focal point being about when it comes to recruiting size? Because if you think about the Indiana Hoosiers, majority of their transfers came from JMU. And on top of that, none of them were really like high commits out of high school either.
Yeah, I think if it does anything, it shifts to recruiting more, older rosters. Because that's the big thing about Indiana is a lot of the guys on that team, their average age is 23 years old.
Yeah.
And so I think it just comes down to it. Those are men. 23-year-olds those are men playing against a lot of guys who are 18 years old, 19, 20 years old. I think if it shifts anywhere, I think it shifts to that older roster.
Yeah.
Wow, the voice of IU since 1973.
My God,
that is awesome, man.
That is just chills. What a story, man! What an unbelievable story for that team.
What a bad throw by Carson Beck, dude. Wow.
What a way to wow.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight. Hey, we're 10 likes away from 900. Can we get there? Hit that thumbs up button. What a season of college football. What a year for Indiana. What a college football playoff. What a national championship game.
It wasn't a blowout.
It was great,
It
man.
was what we wanted. Not a blowout. A great game down to the wire.
Someone just said Kurt Cignetti.
I like that.
Myself,
I like that.
Could not have said it better myself. Again, thanks so much for being here. Make sure to keep hitting that thumbs up button. 4 likes away from 900. For Gage Kilborn on the ones and twos, my name is Joey Petersen. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. Have a great 8 months of college football off season. Don't get too depressed in the meantime. We'll be back soon. Until then, have a great night.